CT's creeping outwards. Torzy, did he see that?
I think.
Was spotting legs.
Yes.
Seems very convinced that he knows now where the position's at. And so while Techno thinks he is being sneaky and slipping away, he's going to have to check it at the right time. But now the jig is up. And as he confirms one-player ramp, he'll take his chance. He will charge down this A site, going for the backside plant, hoping that there's no one heaven. Not the case. Brolin, with execution, puts Maus one away.
Yeah, so it's the ramp hold. They have two there waiting for it. They catch Mzinho trying to get down the vents, bullet to the back of the dome, assassinated right there in broad daylight, and now it's a one-round game. Maus are 100% going to be comfortable here about making this comeback happen. It is a big gulp moment here for the Mongols.
Maus felt very ready for that pistol. 3 layers of a defense inside ramp. Berettas even along the wall, ready to just chew through flesh. Those wild moments that kicked off this best of 3. The robberies, so consistent to the favor of the Mongols. The 2v4 pistol set a tone in this series on map 1. The very first round made you doubt Maus again. And yet Nuke features not those moments yet. Mongols can take their sweet time. It's been a long road to this best of 3. A long road to a major playoff. Breaking new ground for their region, but not breaking through Jimmy immediately. Costs them 2. And the counter-terrorists won't scramble. They've already got defenders downstairs in Brolin, but things start to get a little weird. It's all right. Support's in position. Brolin, Torzy, Xerxin clear the board, and we go tied game 7-all.
Yes. This will have to be a masterclass for the Mongols now as they purchase up everything that they can. Up goes into the hands of Torzy, and Maus failed to get a lead on map 1 until overtime, and then eventually ended up winning. Here, they have a chance to do it even earlier.
Torzy in a dangerous place. Up close on that smoke. The Mongols opt not to barrel through it. T's still hanging on to 3 smokes. But as that utility comes out of them early on, we'll see how many bodies they throw behind this. Xerxin always good for a lineup, and there he goes, connecting onto Blitz. Now calling from the sideline as garage control is taken over here by Mongols. Mzinho had so many fights from hell, and he gets one, blindsided. It takes a second, though, an extra second that opens the door for Torzy's trade. And the main player looking to take a bit of a fight, if needed, outside.
Great support here from Torzy, and he's looking for blood now. There's no more smokes outside. They're starting to peel back out of this, and they actually do evacuate safely, but it's a 3-on-4.
Such little to work with here for Mongols. To have to be turned away from all of that commitment outer, to do it without a hook in the side of an A split. Back down to 2 squeaky, 1 hut. And problematically, you've got Brolin ready to go when needed. Shuhei cuts down the first. Does Senzu dive? No, won't get that chance. Shuhei's got himself a second, and Techno exposed to the main play. Maus's positioning is too good, and they don't get unrooted. Yep. Mongols have lost their lead.
They have lost the lead, and Xerxin, look at the game he's recovered into after this 5-round loss. He started something like 1-5. Now he's 13-10, and his kills have been critical. He got that 3K at the end of the first half. He's starting to make really good moves here. Even just that small frag in credit card through the smoke on the timing. You've got to have someone that can do that. You know, Donk inside of Mini can kill you 3 times over crossing outside. The Mongols in that first half didn't get too much out of punishing the smoke crosses. And he will not lose his curiosity. In fact, Xerxin looks to disrespect everything now.
Torzy very much on his own here, playing behind box, on ramp. It's a failable position. He's down into the site, but as he rattles off a second bullet, he has to take one with him. That was bare minimum from Torzy going in for his third shot, but now you have given an op over to your opponent.
Be careful with 9-10 here. Oh, when they close out, no problem. Kills across 2 different choke points. Perfect rotations in time here for Mouths. (9-7). All the purchases come down again. 9-10. Will, instead of picking up the op, will buy his own. And a chance to touch 10 first here for Mouse.
Oh, you give Torzy a chance. He won't always miss. Senzu could be sitting on a silver platter.
Clean.
Sure enough, he is.
Oh, Senzu had a nightmare of a series so far. He's not the player that I thought would have the most trouble, in this game for some reason. And they definitely needed his help on Ancient. They won't win this one without him on Nuke. Can Mongols that figure this out? Mouths are so pervasive on this map. Play with tons of information. Small chances to win. There's a duel 1.
Torzy on this gap of an angle hangs on. And as he does, the timing gets away. The pressure's into A, and they clear the Hut player. Brolin, it's your time. It's his chance. And it gets taken away, but the heaven swing from Jim Pat's greatness denied. 9-10 makes the difference. Woo. And the Mongols have an answer.
You know what? That's a close call, but actually not too bad from the Mongols. Like, they obviously win that round by a hair, but even being able to do that is pretty impressive, especially with the start to the round that we had. Torzy finding a clean kill over top of Silo right here. And again, playing active with so much information. Samzinho, man, he's the one who keeps impressing me.
Blitz breaking through that, the commitment to the spray down, just knowing Brolin's pinned against the wall. Golden opportunity here for the Mongols to tie, and they will, while blind, find the opening kill.
One more time.
And he won't fade away. No, he keeps that pressure up. Down the vent he'll go, unnoticed, if I had to bet.
Yeah, if they don't call this timing as possible, they just walk down after him. But now, after some time has passed, you'd think, no. This is 2 joining hands and lower, but this is the bomb that has yet to cross. And joining up is the difficult part. Let's see if they time this glass break.
Is that deep enough for Brolin to get around?
It's actually good because Exertion cannot peek from this position. So as long as they've cleared out Mini, they can go for the walk on lower. And Exertion,
he will peek.
Oh, he will.
How about that? Opper found to be out in the open.
God.
That's bomb dropped at 50 seconds. A second player confirmed, but what this does is it starts to unravel your lower control. We see Senzu try to come up from secret. Or have a teammate join him.
They desperately want to get that bomb back. Mzinho might be able to find a way into this, but
Senzu's been cleared out, but like you said, did they cover the timing? The sound downstairs, this position from Jimmy is huge. And yeah, they're very wary, holding for the ramp flank. Timing, he spots him, but turns at the worst moment, and Mzinho comes through.
He knows.
But the round's not won, 20 to the clock, and that bomb still needs to be scooped back up. Shuhei, who has been a nuisance from Top Hut, owns this A site. The peak is there, but the MP9 prevails, and it is Maus to double digits.
And Mzinho's frustrated, but he shouldn't be frustrated with himself, man. He did everything he possibly could to try to win that round. There needed to be a couple of more duels, one outside. And Exertion, I don't know how he was able to jump to the call of action right there, playing from a leash in the back of Big Garage, watching that angle on the lurk through Mini. He realized they were trying to counter him, and he swung out wide. There was a chance that he died doing that, but he understood the map. He understood what Mongols were trying to get out of it, and it's his play that saves the day. That kicks off every swing afterwards.
Man, Jimmy committing to that corner as well on half roof. He gets way more than he should exposed to the cross like that.
Definitely could have died. That was both players missing some ammo, for sure.
Yes. When push comes to shove, when the pressure starts to sink in, a pressure that Maus know all too well in the most negative sense.
Senzu's just not been
a non-factor, in fact. 5 kills deep here, 18 rounds into map 2. They're gonna go for the fast rush. Into the A site, they'll dive. Down the vent, a problem already served up. Can Jimmy do it again? He will put the smoke up. The MP9 sprays great in terms of damage, but there's no follow-up. There's no move here from Torsi that should be able to hold them back, and with vent already controlled, this is tough.
They can go ahead and try to clear out vent if they want to. They know 910 has gotten control of this, but he's not like a massive threat at the moment. He just slows him down. So.
Sershin signing up for the fight. Pistol inside of the vent. Oh, he turns!
Somehow.
And as Senzu gets cleared out, the vent player also falters. This was the Mongols fighting fire with a fast round downstairs. Huge gamble, huge risk, and a massive payoff for Blitz that just can't be maintained. It's taken away, and Maus 2 from the win.
Yeah. Another great chance here for the Mongols. It's a retake that's impressive here for Maus, but one that they could still, reasonably expect to be able to pull off. They know they're coming in versus a low buy, a QB sneak down the vent. But they have the protocols, they have the comfortability on this map. They never lose focus or get tunnel visioned here on CT side. So it's been a lot of impressive plays from everyone on Maus. I think Exertion has made the most critical moves. And so much rests on this round.
Senzu again put into a position for action. Sershin spots both, and in that moment, the Mongols combine for an opening kill. It's something to work with in round 20. Senzu takes point. CT's layer up. And that vacant A-bomb site to just bolster both outer and ramp. Maus trying to play the perimeter here. Keep that trade potential high. The lineup's fantastic, but it's just not there. Brolin, 1 kill, and Senzu has the action. In an instant, slicing through that defense. We called for him to step it up at a 2K at a critical juncture. A 2v4 left to unfold here for Maus, and they will slip Blitz away. Do they take their chance?
They're teaming with confidence right now. And not overpouring with utility, but have a little bit. Jimmy is looking for a route up into heaven, but I don't think there's any way in which they can try to go for this. Seeing what damage they can get. This is Mongols picking up another round.
Better late than never, Senzu.
Yeah, that's like the best we've seen from him so far, and it was 2 great frags. And, sometimes it's a symptom of seeing the bottom come up in a sense and realizing, well, now I have no choice. Nothing's been working. I might as well play free. And we see that aim that, unfortunately, for the fans that are just watching playoffs, don't get to appreciate. Senzu has had an excellent major up until this point.
I think Brolin also gave him a moment to shine there. That credit card peak could have been the double kill. But as clean as Brolin's been, that 1 spray gets away from him for half a second, and he's punished within it. Senzu just seized the moment.
It's crazy how it's a 2-round game, and yet it feels like there's very little hope here for the Mongols, even though they won that last round. Again, you can never read their faces and see how they feel about the chances for a comeback, but they have been beasts versus many good teams, including Maus. Somehow their game versus Heroic was maybe the most impressive of all. They need to tap into that clutch right now to even see a 3rd map.
Blitz better be careful. There's an op hunting him. One misstep outside. And you're 4v5 again.
Again, these timing spams.
Yep, they've been good. Jimpat doesn't fancy his chances sticking around inside of ramp, understandably, as a 4-player pack from Mongols pushing through. And the blitz flank through Garage.
Yeah,
Zershin seems wary and Torzi remains tucked. But there is still a moment of timing here. Oh, that's killer from Blitz.
Surely Torzi turns and gets this easy frag. Blitz, will he clear this? Whoa, he's holding for this position.
Torzi can't move the moment downstairs. We've got critical fights, but they peek one at a time. And still, 9-10 and Senzu come out with the double kill to control.
It's a 2v2, but a 2v1 and lower. Shuhei's over here on control side.
Yeah, slips down towards the double doors being held here. Up as he swings. Oh, that box saves the day of the planter. Still Shuhei able to deal with the player on the cover first. 9-10 dead. Maus maintain control of lower sight. Those 2 kills in control out of Jimmy set up these CTs to clean sweep what's left, and it's 3 match points for Maus.
They didn't think about any possibility for someone to be in control, and they got punished for it. A chance to go for that 2-for-1 trade. This time it's Blitz to make the key opportunity here for Maus. Taking out Exertion is worth its weight in gold every time that you can do it, but here you see Jimmy fighting without the double swing coming into his direction. No molly, obviously, because it goes to the stairs. And I think they thought they had zoned him out already. And you can see what this means to Maus. 2 comebacks on stage. 5 rounds and 6 rounds in back-to-back maps.
It's lightning fast starts for Mongols, cooled off twice.
And it's not versus tournament favorites, but it does prime them for the matches they have coming up. If we get there, obviously. Because this playoff has, you know, there are just no weak teams in this playoff. The one team that you expect to be here, Na'Vi, that got eliminated in such an, like, I don't want to say predictable way, but with the quality of gameplay that Heroic showed, they earned their spot here. And I think that you could actually say that the better team is here, at least in terms of form at this major. Means this playoff bracket is stacked to the brim.
And Maus's nightmare sits on the depths of the other half of the bracket. Begin day 1 on stage with a win. That is what eluded Maus in their last major playoff run. Clamped down on by G2 out of the gate, left shattered in Copenhagen. A season that showed them both highs and lows, but that ominous consistency of top 4s in Katowice, in Cologne. Top 4, nearly always the end of their road. And the hype around the Mongols is indeed real, but the variation in play that we have had in Maus throughout this CT half proves that the Mongols were always going to fight this uphill battle, and they needed Senzu to lead that charge. He was the consistency of this Mongols run. This unthinkable attempt to win in Shanghai has suddenly come crumbling down around them. Techno has put forth his best showing to begin this series on Ancient. Nuke always felt like it was in Maus's back pocket. Exceeding all expectations, as the conversation about form now comes to a pinnacle, a peak at the end of the season where we now end with majors. The Mongols have had their moments, but that moment comes to the end by the hand of Maus. In the battle of the young blood, Maus show thicker nerve.
Blair said it earlier, we'll say it again, from mice to men, here they are. The team that we questioned right from the start, and rightfully so when you saw that first half on Ancients, about their ability to handle the big stage. And what they have just done is not only take down an Asian favorite, they took down the crowd favorite. And you can see when you take a look there how noisy that crowd is. They stood up, they handled those nerves, chokers no more.
Well done by Maus. First time that Yimpat has won a playoff BO3 at a major. Many of the other teammates that he had tasted some of that success before. Of course, Shuhei, most famously for his run with Gamer Legion in Paris, but the other guys also doing well in Rio in the past, and so it was all about just settling down, calming the nerves, hot starts for Mongols on map 1, map 2, but Mao's, they righted the ship, and Shuhei steered them to a victory.
Yeah, great, incredible stuff coming out from Mountain Shuhei, and for me, Sam, there was never a doubt. Once we went into Nuke, despite a very solid start that Mongols had, I think Mao's had a great playbook. Even though it was Mongols going 6-0 up, they were able to bounce back, and clearly, once again, you could see the nerves coming in, just 4v4s, 3v3s. You could see which team was the most tenured one, which team had more experience on a stage like this, and that team was obviously Mao's.
They took down the Mongols, a team that had no major playoff experience. The big question mark for Mao's is going to be how they handle the pressure against bigger opposition later in the playoffs. That's really what we now need to watch ahead for.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got the job done over here, and despite the fact that this is probably the most even matchup coming into the quarterfinal stage, you'd be a little bit of a Mongols fanboy like me to say Mongols were the favorites. Mao's obviously have more reps in higher stake games. So the Mongols, again, every game so far in the major has been them just pushing further and further. So Mao's were the favorites coming in, at least in my book. So for them getting this one done, of course, going to instill quite a bit of confidence, especially the way they did it on map number 1. But the job's not done yet. And if they want to beat the allegations, Mao, it's going to be all the way on Sunday.
Yeah. I mean, for Mao's, the quality of play that we saw here, if you get off to the bad start that you did against the Mongols, you do that against Spirit, you do that against Vitality, against G2 in the later stages of this, you're not coming back. I'm just going to say that. You need to start a little bit stronger, but for them to screw their heads back on and to dispatch of the Mongols, a bit of a sad story for the Mongols, unable to win in Asia, but for Mao's on the other side, slowly but steadily, they are shedding those allegations.
Let's talk about what they did right, Mouse, on these two maps. What did we like that we saw in the server?
Oh, like Brolan, I think that's a name we were touching upon, and how he's going to be new since he was an absolute problem for them, especially both the side, CD side and the T side as well. I think everyone had a great time.
Everybody
Exertion was fantastic. Jimmy as well. You could literally pick any play and have a highlight moment from them.
The thing that Mao's did in this game, I hate to say this because when we hear players say in post-game interviews we kind of wins, really did just kind of play their own game. They had a variety of setups and starters on the CT side. E-side, they still went for their patented ramp control with Brolan just dry entering first. Didn't always even work out in their favor necessarily, but the fact that come late round, mid round, they knew what Mongols were going to do before they did it. There was high fidelity gameplay between the Mao's members and how they were able to work in synchronization to dispatch of the Mongols. When the Mongols needed some kind of reply in the round, it was Mao's that were always ready to catch them.
And you can also see like how for the Mongols on the CT side, especially once a couple of rounds slipped out of their hands, you could see the aggression coming out from them pushing smokes, for example, and just kind of going for these lobby plays, but not in sync with each other. So it'd be like kind of discombobulated. And Mao's are ready for it. We said it as well in the past as a prelude to this game that Mongols like going for individualistic info plays on the CD side, and yeah, Mao's just punished them.
That was one thing. I mean, even if you go all the way back to the first half in Ancient, Mao's looked prepared. They were losing a lot of the rounds, but they would go into the man advantage and look like they had set up really well. So the preparation is there. Now we just need the follow through, and you need what happened on Nuke, all your players to pop off.
And that's why we praise people like Cyclone too, though. The way that he was able to put this whole roster together with Mao's, the fact that every single time that they're prepared and the nerves don't get to them, which we most abundantly see in studio environments, that's when Mao's look world class. That's when they look like a real contender, one that's vying for the titles. And so for them to beat the Mongols in this fashion, even though many people may have thought that they were going to be shell-shocked, good on them.
Brolan is now ready to celebrate with Banks on the stage.
站在我旁边的是 Brolan 想先问一下你们这场比赛啊，我觉得你们对于 The Mongols 来说一定非常熟悉了，因为你们在淘汰赛呢对阵过他们，但是当时你们输掉了。今天你们做了哪些充分的准备呢？
Congratulations, Brolan. The first question I'm going to ask you about the Mongols. They took you down during the elimination stage, 1 point, and then back to this game, you actually made it to come back. What adjustment you made after that game to take them?
I mean, we had a lot of preparation going to the game because we knew that we're going to play the Mongols for like 4 days ago, I think. So And in the group stage, we didn't have much preparation because we played 2 games in one day, so it was not that easy to play against them because we don't really know what they were doing. But before this game, we did a really good preparation on them, and I think we handled really well. And I think they're just really good individual players, and we just need to be ready for them to take the duels versus us. And we felt that we a little bit started on both in Nuke and Ancient, but I think we handled pretty well in them.
其实是因为我们在这一场比赛之前4天前，我们就知道我们即将对战蒙古队。然后我们之前输给他们，是因为我们那一天要打2场比赛，我们并不知道我们的对手是谁，一直到很接近比赛的时候才知道。我们没有充足的准备，所以我们是输掉了蒙古队。但是这一次，因为我们有充足的时间准备，而且在这2张地图当中，虽然说我们前面丢分丢的比，但是我们因为准备的很充足，讨论了很多，所以也是针对他们做了一些战术，然后就后面可以把这个图打回来。我想这就是我们今天能够2比0他们的原因。
准备的很充足，但是你刚刚也提到了，你们前期是落后的，并且你们2张地图呢前期落后的比分都比较大。那你们当时调整是更多是在心态上面的调整，还是战术方面的调整
？We can see you prepared a lot, but during 2 maps you actually come back both game. Is that a part of your preparation, or you mentally adjust after you kind of lose a little bit?
I think on the first map we lost man advantage, and I think if you get one more pistol if you start with a pistol, I think we could grind the rounds in the end. But I think we just did not maybe there in the first map versus on Ancient especially. But I think we know that we are really good teams out of Nuke, and we just believe that we just grind the rounds in the end. And I think obviously I think we did it really good, and we just know that if we just grinding basically in the rounds, we will manage to come back on both maps. So.
我觉得我们在第1张图和第2张图，其实我们都秉持着一个统一的概念，就是我们要一直不停地坚持打下去。就不管我们前面丢分了也好，还是说我们前面比较顺利，比如说像是在 Nuke 这张图，我们知道我们是有优势的，然后我们对蒙古队也做了一些战术上的准备，然后所以我们在后面的下半场当中就可以狠狠地把分追回来。其实更多的是一些其实更多是不是战术上面的调整，更多是我们自己在心理准备上面的调整。
接下来想问一下你关于之前比赛的回忆，因为你们在哥本哈根 Major 的时候呢，倒在了8强。那么在这段时间呢，你们做了多大的改变来准备这次赛事呢？
When we look back the majors in Copenhagen Major, you got top 8, but it's very sad you didn't make it through. But this time you actually make progress. What difference you feel between this major and the last major?
I think just getting a lot of experience with each other, because we in Copenhagen we only have 3 months for me at least, we're in the team for only 3 months, and now we're getting experience with each other for a long time. And it's just it's the last tournament of the year, so we just want to give it all and try to win it. And I think back in Copenhagen we didn't have much experience to play on stage, maybe especially with each other. But during the last season and this season, we had a lot more stage matches that we could handle the pressure more a lot. And I think we are really there that we can actually win the whole thing.
我觉得主要原因是因为在哥本哈根 Major 的时候，我们整个队伍其实刚刚组建3个月左右，我们这套阵容，然后我们大家对于在舞台上面的这个经验好像也不是很足。但是这一次的 Major 因为是年末的，也是今年的最后一个 Major， 所以我们是做足了准备，然后我们彼此之间也更熟悉，我们在舞台上可以更好的去应对来自多方面的压力。所以我觉得我们这一次的 Major 比上一次的 Major 就可以打得更好一点。
说得好。那既然比赛结束了，我们就要往后看。往后看的话呢，你们下一场对阵的对手即将是 Spirit 和 Liquid 的胜者。你觉得从你个人的角度而言，你更想对阵到谁，或者说你们更可能对阵到谁呢？
We can definitely see the progress you made, the whole team together. But since you're walking through the top 4 now, you're gonna against Team Spirit, the winner of Team Spirit and Team Liquid. Which team do you think you're gonna face next round?
I think Spirit looked better on paper in the past months, and especially in this season. And I think they will win, but there's a lot of pressure with everything. I think everything can happen basically. So I think we can play either of those two. But if I need to say one, I will say Spirit for sure.
我觉得纸面实力来讲的话，是 Spirit 的实力更强一点，但是一切皆有可能。这2支队伍的话，什么都有可能发生。如果一定要让我选择一个的话，我觉得可能是 Team Spirit。
好的，非常感谢 Brolan 可以接受我们的采访，让我们再次把欢呼声给到 Mouse。好，接下来我们来看 Marshall 那边。
Dav over there obviously handling that interview, and what an incredible skill that is to be able to translate on the fly like that. We're actually quite blessed in Counter-Strike. I think Shox, Heku, they can all do that as well. And now Paula is with the Mongols. So let's find out obviously what they want to say before they leave the major.
What's going through your mind right now?
I think, to be honest, I'm just a little sad because firstly, we just want to reach our goal, to make it to playoffs, and all time we want to we can, but unfortunately we ended here now.
首先的话，想问一下这场比赛之后的一个心情呢 ？Techno 也是说到，其实我们还是有些沮丧的，因为来到这里打到8强是我们一直的目标，我们很高兴达成了这个目标，但是没有在这个目标下面更进一步。说实话，现在的心情确实有些难受。
Techno, what do you think went wrong in this match across Ancient and across Nuke?
I think on the Ancient we just maybe got some pressure. I think maybe it's the first time in our big event at this stage. It's the major stage, I mean. Yeah, and there is some lot of miscommunications and some communication problems. I mean, I think it's nervous. Yeah, on the Nuke we just or mentally up maybe. Yeah.
然后想问一下，第二张图的两场比赛，有些自己这边哪些没有发挥好？那 Techno 说到，就是可能这次的话，确实我们在 Asian 的遗迹上这张图的话，我们是第一次来到这么大的舞台去打比赛，我们没有处理好，我们有一些紧张，然后我们队内的交流没有做好。我相信然后之后在 Nuke 的话上面，我们可能受到了上一场失利的影响，所以整体的心态都没有处理好。
Techno, you wanted to win, of course, but what are your thoughts on you and the team placing top 8 at a major?
I think it's, of course, it was our first goal. It's reached now, but I said before that we wanted to go far as we can. Yeah, that's, I think, not happy ending, I mean, yeah.
那这次的话，遗憾出局。目前来说的话，有什么想法吗？那 Techno 也说到，其实我们也说过了，很高兴能够在第一阶段拿到8强的这个成绩，但是很遗憾没有能够继续走下去。
Techno, commiserations once again. We'll leave the final words with you. Is there anything that you'd like to say to all of these wonderful fans in the arena and everybody at home?
Can I say first in Mongolian? Okay. 자, бидний одоо манай Монголс багийн PJL Шанхай мейжрын аялал энэ төрөд өндөрлөө. Тэгээд юуны өмнө хэлэх юм бол биднийг дэмжижсэн бүх хүмүүстээ баярлалаа. Бас манай баг хамт олон арын алба, гэр бүлийнхэн, найз нөхөд дэмжиж байгаа, Монголоос дэмжиж байгаа, бусдаа улс орноос дэмжиж байгаа бүх хүмүүст нь баярлалаа. Биднийг энэ хүртэл явхад та хэдэн дэмжлэг үнэхээр их байсан шүү. Тэгээд бид эргэж ирнэ. Эргэж хүчтэйгээр эргээ ирэх болно дараа ажлаас амралтаасаа. Тэгээд баярлалаа. Thanks for come to support us, for everyone who are supporting us, and we will we will come back stronger. And thanks for our organization, all our fans across the world. And yeah, that's it. I think it's the. I'm sorry, but I'm a little nervous. Yeah. Thanks for everyone. Men cannot be defeated, but not. Men can be defeated, but not destroyed.
感谢所有来到现场支持我们的粉丝，感谢所有在屏幕前观赛的粉丝，感谢我们的俱乐部，感谢所有支持我们的人，我们一定会再回来的。一个人可以被打败，但是他不能被击倒。好的，那也是感谢Techno 来接受我们的采访，我们把剩下的时间回给分析。
Men can be defeated and not destroyed. They'll be sad today, but I feel like if the Mongols takes this 24 hours and then steps back and looks at what they've done this year, with the limited resources they have, holy hell, what a story. What an incredible achievement from this young team.
They walk away with the heads held high, really high. What they've done so far for Asian Counter, and this cannot be overstated. What they've done is, it's probably going to change the face of what we have, what we know as Asian Counter-Strike. If this run doesn't inspire you, you're a 13-year-old kid just watching the game and like, holy hell, they're from my country, they're from my part of the world. If they can make it, so can we. I think they should be very proud of what they've done. And for me, this is just the beginning. I think for the very first time in a long time, for the entire region as a whole, we have a team who can duke it out with the best in the world, and that's going to lead to an influx, hopefully, of newer talent coming into the scene. So for the Mongols, all I've got to say from the side of the Asians out there, thank you.
Best Asian team of the last 15 years, without a shred of doubt there. Techno's words were, to me, reflective, understanding that the nerves did get to them, of course. A lot of people pretend like the pressure doesn't, and then we see them sink. They act like it still doesn't exist. Well, it does, and it's good to acknowledge it, because when you acknowledge it, that means you can look forward to the next time you're on stage, realize that the jitters are there, and then be able to address it head on. So shouts out to the Mongols for putting on a wonderful display, showing that Asian CS is alive and well. And overall, though, just kind of looking at the team as a whole and kind of zooming out just for a second here, man, like Senzu, man, like got to get a Senzu bean in that guy immediately. The guy got to recover, because that, unfortunately, that's just not how he wants to be remembered.
I looked it up. That is his worst, I believe, land rating ever in the Mongols jersey, which is such a rough time for him. But again, I want to zoom it out even further. I look at how far this team has come in a while, and as Techno said, you won't be destroyed. They will not be destroyed. So I'm expecting them to come back better. This is one of the few times when a team says we're going to come back stronger.
I believe it.
I believe them.
I believe it too.
There's no lineup changes going to happen. This 5-man unit's going to be together with Mara, and next year is going to be their year.
Not only that, I think despite form today, next year they are going to change not just Asian CS, but global CS and how we look at those under-resourced regions.
Yeah. Respect underdog.
Respect underdog. They've shown us exactly what can be accomplished and what can be done. So we say goodbye to the Mongols as Mao's continues. But hell, what a story they've given us, and what an incredible showing. There is still another quarterfinal underway. Spirit versus Liquid is coming up. Richard, Yanko, and Dust will be on the desk to keep you company throughout all of that. Don't go anywhere. It's the major. You don't want to miss a single thing.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role.
What is going on, everybody? My name is Parla, and I'm very excited right now to be sat next to Brolin and Exertion of Mouse. Boys, how you doing?
Good, all good.
Congratulations once again on making playoffs. Have you had a chance since securing the spot to reflect on it at all? Have you been able to process it yet?
I think that we have processed it along the way. Obviously with our losses, I think they were a bit of shortcomings for us. We didn't really expect that, so I think it was a good slap in the face, as you like to say, and I think we realized a lot what we needed to do, so I think we know where we are. I think the 2 wins gave us some confidence now, and I feel like we're ready for playoffs now.
Brolin, what about you?
I think the same. I mean, obviously I think we did not have maybe the toughest opponent to win against. Our 2 losses versus facing the Mongols was pretty pretty rough in some way because we just they got a little bit slap in the face maybe. I think we could easily won both of these games, but yeah, and then in the last, I think we really deserve it. But as I said before, like we didn't maybe had like the toughest opponent to play against. It feels really good, and we really like revealed to be in playoffs.
Just quickly, what was it like dealing with those losses at the time that maybe you didn't expect, Exertion?
Well, I think that you can always expect some, I don't know how to say it, but like some backlash, yeah. I mean, like some hardship, as you said. I think that it's normal to lose in our sport. It's very competitive nowadays. I think Mongols, for example, are a great team, and I think versus FaZe, we just didn't play our game too well. So, yeah, I mean, especially in BO1s, it's a major, there's obviously added pressure. I think that you're going to lose sometimes, and I think that super proud of the way we came out of it, I would say.
Your past experiences overall, helping you push forward, helping you secure playoffs here?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think that, I mean, I've been playing in Tier 1 for 2 years and 4 months. Torji has been playing for like 1 month for 3 years or something like that. Obviously, we have Lude, which I think like Lude has been in Tier 1 for maybe around like 6 or 7 years now, probably. And I think despite maybe Lude not being like in a top 1 team, I mean he was, but maybe not for a long period of time. I think that you gain a lot of experience from playing at the Tier 1 tournaments, and I think that even Shui, which is our IGL, he doesn't have maybe that much experience in Tier 1, but he also went to a major grand final before he joined us. So I think that we are super established for our age already, I would say, and I think that we're showing it in games now. Like, I feel like we're pretty confident in those elimination games. I think that also stage games we have been playing much better now. So I think that overall we are taking it to the next step as a more experienced team, even though we are pretty young, I would say.
I think that's a good way to describe it. It's like you guys play beyond your age. And I think that is definitely the experience showing of all of you coming together.
I mean, probably I think it's getting better and better for each tournament, basically. I think maybe in the beginning of the year in Katowice, we did not have maybe the experience in the lineup that we can play on stage, for example, and we got destroyed by FaZe in that time. But I think just be more on stage and play these important games, for example, like the 1-2 games or the 2-2 games on stage, and just come with the experience from the past, I would say. And I think we are feeling really comfortable to actually play on stage now to compare to like in the beginning of the year, for example. And yeah, it just comes with the time, I think.
What do you guys think are important factors at stages like this in tournaments beyond experience? Because a lot of factors have to come together, you know, for you to be playing as well as you are and to get to a spot like this against the best teams in the world. What are the other important factors beyond experience?
I think preparation is probably one of the biggest things. I think not only in terms of mentally to prepare yourself to play in front of people, but also in terms of the game. I think that if you overthink a stage game in terms of gameplay, you're also not going to play well. And I think that happened to us sometimes. That for me, our struggles were also game on those moments. Like I feel like we just didn't play well. Preparation comes down to it. Enjoying the moment is super important in my opinion. I think that it's not good to put pressure on yourself, and I think that everyone takes it a bit differently. I remember I talked with Lude about it recently, and he said like he really enjoys when there is pressure, you know. And I think that basically for every team, for every player is different what they need. But I think that at the end of the day, we need to enjoy what we do as well. So I think it's just super important not to put unnecessary pressure on yourself.
Do you think we can expect to see the best MAUs CS yet when you get to playoffs?
I hope so, and all the team hopes so as well. I think we prepared all year for this moment. I think this season maybe has not been our best, but I think at the end of the day, we are really ready now, and I think that's the most important thing actually. So we're just gonna go out there, we're gonna throw away everything and just enjoy the moment. Play MAU CS, as I said, and just make sure that we're having fun, you know. And I think that if we do all of that, the sky is the limit for this team. We showed it many times before, so I'm just super confident going into playoffs as well about that.
Roland, any thoughts?
It's a major, and I mean, obviously, it's just very much hype around it, and I think I just need to just enjoy the moment and play my best as I can.
Looking forward to it, guys. Anything else that you'd like to say to the fans at home?
I mean, obviously, thank you for the support. We really appreciate it, especially to the Mouse fans. We really look forward to play the quarter team major.
yeah, we always feel your support. It's always lovely, so keep it up, and yeah, looking forward for a crazy arena with you guys.
Brolin and Exertion, it's a pleasure to watch you guys and your team play MAO CS, and I wish you the best of luck going into playoffs.
Thank you very much.
或者进球就得多打一个，对，也有人上扑，没什么时间了，我得还有人把踢掉了，我怎么有时间？在后面又打了一个，慢的是要，好像有点激进，有道具解吗？换了把步枪一直按着就踢了。
一个头机会直接拿出来就狙头，中肯是在最后一个面临到对方4个人在打 AK， 先秒那儿再秒一个 ，PSS 还没血量，场里面还剩15分钟，绝地行动。
献给队友，他队友补枪慢了一会儿，但是那枪跑了，他没有补枪，跑不掉了。硝烟雾弹穿一穿，片空枪滑铲对瞄，提前判断要爆头线。火逼左边没有血，就到腰里了。哇！绝杀活成2打4。
人，两个在一平台，互相了，就这个4打1有成功，就这个子的，在这个两个人墙都知道，哇，这个这种枪，哇！ 要发脚步声打了，
时间不多了，时间不多了。
来了，打死队友放过这个烟，拆包，强拆包，请加油过来补吧，这有点远，强拆包，
拆掉了。
好，
Welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major. We've already had one bombastic quarterfinal. We're hoping for another when Team Spirit take on Team Liquid. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, coming in for this one, and joining me on the desk, we've got Dust Murray, we've got Yanko, and we've got two teams that have played each other in the not-too-distant past with perhaps a surprising result.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Team Liquid being the better team on that day at past fall finals, but I think for these two teams, sort of in a similar spot, although they might not like to admit it. Spirit will definitely tell you they have championship aspirations, but they're not playing like a team that realistically can that far. And Liquid will tell you, well, it's our first season with, you know, Ultimate, Twitz as the IGL, JKS on the team. Like, we'll take it as far as possible, but we'll be happy. We'll just take it one game at a time.
Yeah, I feel like the Liquid's kind of in this weird place where they've consistently been able to beat teams that are kind of at or below their level. They beat all the Americas teams on a regular basis. They'll beat a Virtus Pro. They'll beat a Gamer Legion. They've never played Mongols or Heroic, so we don't know where they stack up there. But when they play against elite level opposition, yes, they've beaten Spirit. Yes, they beat Navi those first two best of threes that they played with this 5-man lineup. But any other time they've gone up against like a FaZe or a Vitality or a G2, they haven't been able to get that big win to really catapult them into a top 5 conversation.
Yeah, well, let's start by talking about Team Liquid then. Obviously, technically the last hope for NA, although as we know these days, if you have an NA org, you'd very unlikely to have got to get some Europeans in to help you out. That's just the way it is right now. But overall, I think they've exceeded my expectations by being here in this final 8. When I first looked at this roster, I looked at some of the pieces like Ultimate being inexperienced, JKS having a long time out of the game, and Twists being a new IGL. You put all that together and I wasn't convinced, but they've defied my expectations at least.
Yeah, and I think there's two main talking points about Team Liquid or concerns that you have. One is the form of Yekindar. Will it keep, right?
Yes.
He's had a big slump, stepped it up at the major. Props to him. That's one of the reasons why they're in the playoffs. And the second one was Ultimate, who also hit the slump after an incredible sort of first showing for Team Liquid, and again has seemed to have found his groove again, right? And the reason for that is these are the two aggressive players on Team Liquid. And that's why you saw them not being able to find results as a team, right? Like you're always playing in 4v5s. This is not, you know, our condemnation of Twitz's IGLing. It's just hard to do it, especially against the level of opposition that Dust referenced. And here you see the other side of that coin is when they are able to find openings, when they do have rounds with advantages, all of a sudden it's all looking a little bit more smooth.
Yeah, I mean, right now you have a Liquid that's looking in pretty fine form. NAF, for instance, is topping the charts in a multitude of categories and is back to kind of his star self. But I think the two players you mentioned are absolutely the ones that we need to target, and that is Ultimate as an aggressive opera, but also a hybrid who will AK on the T side. He has picked his form back up in a major way throughout the course of, you know, his time in Shanghai. And then you look at someone like Yekindar. I mean, this is a guy that was struggling to find any success in opening duels at Rio or the Blast World Finals. But if you look at this, look down there, his success rate, 46% in opening duels on the T side, and he's doing it 40% of the time, which is probably the highest I've ever seen an entry fragger have to go in first. So the fact that he's been able to maintain that success rate with that number of attempts is fantastic. And then, yeah, you just look at Ultimate's numbers. They look awesome. He has a 67% success rate on the T side with his opening duels, which is very high for an opera, by the way. And then, yeah, I mean, Nash is kind of getting it done in all kinds of categories.
Sure, we're obviously going to talk about NAF in just a moment, but carrying on that thought about Yekindar, Yanko, this is a guy who was playing literally for his place on the team, if you ask me. We've already seen the start of the roster mania that's coming in, and, you know, look, all the memes aside about his performance and having the monitor on his forehead and all that stuff, I mean, he has actually performed at this major.
Yes, and it was even a little bit freakish, the amount of confidence that the team was putting in him, right? Like, at no point was there ever any rumors about him being on the chopping block. It was just sort of reiterating, you know, that they believe in him, that he'll get out of the slump. You can see the comparison in the last 3 months compared to this tournament, a big difference. And I think the thing about it is, and why it can be so frustrating for Team Liquid fans, is the fact that he will go for those openings no matter what. Like, that high opening kills attempt rate is going to maintain where he has 2 kills in a half or 22 kills in a half. And that's why sometimes, you know, you live by the sword, you die by it. With in Yekindar's case, where probably you'd like it if things aren't rolling that well for you. You know, maybe there's a plan B, maybe there's something else in it, and that's why he's always the main talking point when we get to this Team Liquid roster.
I think people just need to know the giant leap that has taken place in that success in those opening duels that Yanko's talking about. I mean, at Rio in the Blast World Finals, this guy was like in the 28% success rate column. That's like worse than Kerrigan, by the way, if you just want a comparison. He's been able to catapult back up to a 45% success rate. That puts him up there with the years that you know are successful. And with some of these other guys starting to make plays on the extremities, we've seen JKS and NAF be more willing to be aggressive, to make plays on the edges. That just gives them such more tools to work with to help open up rounds.
And a few thoughts about NAF. I mean, Yanko, you've made some comparisons in the past to him being like a Olaf Meister kind of character. He's had a fantastic tournament so far, and what I like about NAF overall, he has these stellar performances, but it's just so understated. It's not like a surprise when he has a pop-off. He just gets it done quietly in the background.
The silent killer,
Indeed,
right? And I think it's a player that everyone would love to have on their team. A guy that seems to be a great teammate, just does his own thing, doesn't complain, doesn't whine. Whatever you call, he will execute it to the highest of his ability. Incredible game sense. I mean, the last time these two teams played, it ended on a incredible NAF 1v3 to win the series, right? To win the second map on Nuke. So I think he's even played better in this tournament compared to his usual level. So that's just been incredible for NAF, and you know, hopefully he can maintain that into the playoffs.
And aside from performance, it's also just about his versatility to me as a player. I mean, this is a guy that obviously plays a lot of extremity positions where he's just kind of holding, getting information, kind of letting the rest of the team kind of work. He's more of that mid to late round specialist, but you can see him help entry frag. You can see him go for plays when he has the intuition that he sees an opportunity to make something happen. And I think the biggest thing is he doesn't require a lot of resource to do this. Like, this is a self-made man on the server a lot of the time, and the fact that he can do so much for this team in so many different categories really just gives them such a big weapon at their disposal.
Now over to Team Spirit, their opponents. We've seen a Team Spirit that's very different here. Yes, they're in this top 8, but they haven't done it in as convincing a fashion as Team Spirit fans would like. And of course, we have to talk about the Batman and Robin combo of Shiro and Donk. The irony in this one, it's not really ironic, but the funny part in this one being that it's actually Robin that's doing the hard, heavy lifting, because Donk has just been phenomenal, lights out, as you would expect. The supporting cast is the term we keep using, not so much.
Yeah, really an absolute phenom, Richard, no doubt about it. Highest rated player in the tournament. 155 is a little bit ridiculous as well to maintain, and has been a question towards this second season that we've had is, can they just keep up with him? Just do enough. Like, this kid can carry you to a tournament win, right? You just need to do sort of the bare minimum. Sure, Shiro is doing more than that. Zontek's a little bit better in this tournament too, but sometimes it just falls apart at the weakest links.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because we've seen kind of both sides of this that Yanko's describing throughout the course of this tournament. You know, throughout the RMR run, yeah, sure, they did make it, but they were one of the last teams to do so, despite being a favorite to go 3-0 or 3-1. They had to kind of grind their way through, and even though they 2-0'd the last two teams they played, the eye test just didn't pass for me. They looked timid, indecisive. They seemed like the pressure was really getting to them, but I will say they broke through in the end. Like, the fact that they were able to get clean wins over Na'Vi and over Heroic to make it to these playoffs really helped, and you are getting help out of supporting cast. For one, Shiro's playing great. Zontex has also been great, but I want you to look at this on the far right from Chopper. Chopper has changed the dynamic of this team in Shanghai. He is now taking a lot more of the first looks on the T side, and what they have done is they've put Donk in more of a trading position on executes, but also even when they kind of just take map fault, they're leaving Donk in safer positions where he can play on his intuition. They can just leave him in a spot that they've captured, like mid, for example, and just let him work. You know, let him go for it when he feels like the time is right, and his performance has been fantastic, and I think the team flows a little bit better overall.
I'll tell you, Richard, I think Shiro needs to send Jaime a check or something, because he's lucky Jaime exists.
I know.
We don't talk, and I'm like, he's the most passive opper probably after Jaime in the scene, right? And that's why Shiro, the way he'll impact your game is going to be clutches, right? Pulling some of those, and then just consistent fragging, right? Like, he's not an incredibly aggressive opper who's going to find you openings time and time again. The way he finds opening is he punishes the aggressive play from the opposing team, right? So his numbers are always going to be a little bit inflated because of that, and he needs sort of the aggressive guys on the team to do well, because he's the closer in a way for this team. I think that's why you don't necessarily look towards him to get you. He'll get you over the finish line. He just won't get you really within striking distance.
Go on.
No, I just think that he makes a fair point, but I think it kind of balances out the team because now you're seeing Chopper more willing to go in first. Obviously, we know how aggressive Donk is as a player. Zontix, in his own right, despite being an extremity player, he goes for his own fair share of opening duels. And so far this tournament, I feel like he's performed up to standard, in my opinion. Like, look, I think sometimes the way that we judge Zontix is a little bit unfair because he is a rookie, just like Donk is. They came from the same academy system. They're in their first year of play. This is only their second major, haven't played many big events. And it just so happened that Donk was a freaking phenom. He just happened to be like a generational talent that can just do so much more than anyone else can in a role that is built to be inconsistent. He has found a way to be a constant. And Zontix, on the other hand, he just isn't the same, prodigy, I guess you could say. But I think all in all, he's still a very strong player, and he's had a hell of a tournament so far.
Well, I think the problem is also the role in which he plays in. It requires experience. I mean, it's more based off of game sense, feel, than just necessarily mechanics, right? And to do that on the biggest of stages, I mean, we can all Hagen and Vertigo and Zontix's performance on that map and looking lost in some of the clutches, and I could obviously tell the nerves got to him, and sure, he's a rookie, and that made sense at the time, right? But you want to see progress, you want to see players get better and sort of show that they can cope with that and play on the biggest of stages.
Yeah, well, look, we've been glowing in our praise for all of these players, and in true Richard Lewis fashion, let's get some negativity in this desk. Let's talk about Magic and what's been going on with him at Team Spirit. Obviously someone that hasn't necessarily had the best tournament. I think he's also got this weird kind of questionable swagger to his demeanor when he does the media work and the interviews.
Swagger is an interesting word to use.
Or in a way, because he kind of has an arrogance that doesn't feel deserved or earned within this team, and I kind of feel that that's the big question mark for me. When you're talking about anchors and people that are going to play supportive roles on Team Liquid, they've got that experience and they've got players capable of stepping up and having big performances. We've yet to see that from Magix, honestly, at this tournament.
That's a fair point to make. I mean, he definitely is the weakest link if you're going to pick one on Spirit, and that's been pretty consistent throughout the course of the year. Even with some of Zontix shakiness, I feel like Magix is the one that's been probably the most vulnerable. But I will say, even he has pivoted a bit throughout his course in Shanghai. On certain maps, they are kind of letting him lead in and letting Donk follow him up, so he's not having to go in first with no information. So they're almost kind of sacking Magix in a way, which is kind of even more deflating his stats. But it's actually not exactly. It's not a bad idea when you have an extremity player like Magix playing, outside of a bomb site, and you let him kind of feed in first. Then that just allows Donk to be activated even more. So I feel like they're finding ways around his performance to still make him useful for how they want to approach the game.
You can't hide players. Like in the playoffs of a major, everyone needs to deliver, everyone needs to contribute. You can do some things here and there by letting them go in first in an execute and then they will get traded. But even that sometimes, so that the guy can be set up to succeed if he's the first guy. And if you don't get that first kill, the whole execute can crumble. So it goes both ways in that sense. I don't know. It's just been too inconsistent. He's had a couple of, rounds out of nowhere here and there, but you don't plan your game, you don't rely on that to win you games. You want consistency. I don't need him to win me a 1v3 like he did, I think, against Heroic in the pistol. I need him to get one kill when he's set up to get that one kill, buy enough time for the rotate to come in, and we will outposition, outmaneuver the opponents. And you don't see that from him. No. Chopper, he's looking like did 3 months ago, like a guy who has no confidence. Like he's just looking to, let me at least be a tradable death. I'm not looking to get a kill. I'm not looking to make a play. I don't have any confidence that I can do that. And it's very telling. And it's not playing to win. It's playing not to lose. And I think it's going to cost them their tournament life.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was certainly a period throughout the course of our time in Shanghai where Spirit did feel, again, a little bit indecisive, a little bit timid, not playing better. But I have seen them make strides, particularly on Mirage, where they've been able to kind of turn their default more methodical. They've been able to play through situations a little bit better. Their spacing and timings are just generally more optimal. And we are seeing Donk kind of thrive in a semi-new role. He's still entry fragging on some situations, but they've also kind of floated him into more of a mid-round scenario player. And we'll take a look at these numbers, and this just goes to show you the difference. He went from entering 30% of the time. Yeah, that's a pitch to Dinko, who actually called him that in a 1v5 clutch on Mirage against Heroic. So I just wanted to pay tribute to Dinko there with this one on Donk the Destroyer. But as you can see, he's not quite entering as hard, but still super successful when he does. But just to kind of compare this really quick, I know the numbers on the screen can sometimes get boring, but sometimes. Second place in ADR, by the way, is Zaiwu at 94.
Yeah.
And then second in kills per round is also ZywOo at 0.88. That's just the giant gulf in between where Donk is up at the top compared to the rest of the competition.
Yeah, that's actually crazy.
Yes, Donk, very aggressive, very good player. Yes, you know, no one else as aggressive, as good. It makes perfect sense. Yeah, I don't know. I think. Listen, here's the thing. Donk is the best player on the server, right? No doubt about that. But what about everyone else? Who do you? Who's better when it comes to that? I trust Twist and Mither way more than I trust Chopper and Halley. I'll tell you that. And with the lead up of a couple of days to prepare, you know, not too big surprises, I don't imagine the veto, unless Liquid decides to throw one, which is again also possible. They've shown that they're willing to do that in previous series that they played. It's like on all levels, unless Yekindar completely disappears again and Liquid has to sort of play 4v5 all the time on their T side, which I think would be insurmountable against the likes of Team Spirit. I feel like they're...
That one's tough for me because I think, look, like we're not going to get too into the pick ban yet because that's coming later, but I do think Liquid more favored team on Anubis. They should pick it. They should have an edge there. That should give them a guaranteed map in the series. But I think that Spirit are going to be able to exploit them on Dust 2. I think they're going to exploit them on Mirage. One of those maps is at least getting through. And then at that point, it just comes down to can Liquid repeat their performance on Nuke that they did at the Blast Fall Final and actually beat Spirit, despite the fact, generally speaking, Spirit is going to be stronger on that map. So it depends on exactly how it shakes down, but I see Liquid getting a map here for sure. I think Anubis they can cash in on, but there's no really other massive strength where I could be like Liquid's the clear favorite on this map.
We're about to get ready for the walkouts, but just from you, Janko, before we go there, Team Liquid, why do you have them as favorites?
I think they're the more well-rounded lineup, and I think, yes, they haven't played the toughest of opposition, that's fair to say, but, you know, they beat the teams that were in front of them, and I think the uptick in performance from Yekindar makes it much easier for Team Liquid to play. I think Donk will obviously best him on the server, but I think he is in a position where he can win enough times against him to put his team in a winning situation.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing for me in this match is going to be the difference in opping. You know, Ultimate, very aggressive opper. He's going to be going for picks. He's going to be helping entry with rifles on T side sometimes when you can't afford an AWP. Shiro, more of a backline player, more of a mid to late round specialist. And I think that dynamic is going to be really fun to watch play out because these teams have only played against each other one time. That's not, you know, a huge amount of data to work with. And when they did, it was a close game. And so I'm hoping for fireworks again here in the quarterfinal.
Just been told we got 1 more minute. So I just want to ask about the head-to-head between Chopper and Twists. Obviously, we've got an experienced IGL with no confidence versus a new IGL full of confidence.
We forget IGL. Which two players do we have? We have Twists on one side, one of the winningest players, definitely the most winningest players in NA history.
IGL's definitely affected his numbers.
And we have like Chopper on the other side, right? So who do you trust more as a player at this stage of a tournament? I don't care that he's been in game leading for 3 months. I trust Twist still to perform and to play.
Right. Well, let's go over to Shanghai for the team walkouts.
我来听一下你们的组成成分，你们支持谁？
Spirit fans! Liquid! Spirit! Liquid! I think they're ready for the teams.
Yeah， 听起来他们非常的平均，似乎支持者是一样多的。接下来，让我把2支队伍请到舞台上，让我们有请 Team Spirit。 实力恐怖的步枪新人王 Donk 加入之后 ，Team Spirit 今年脱颖而出，已经斩获了3座 SG 赛事冠军。而他在本次淘汰赛上打出的神迹 1v5 更是震惊四座。上海 Major 的决胜赛上，期待他们能够带来更多的惊喜。
The dangerous dragons, and they say it depends on Donk. But this is a team game that will need a team performance, especially if they want to stand a chance of ending the year exactly how they started it. Can they all rise to the occasion this time around? It's Team Spirit! It's Team Spirit!
接下来，让我们有请 Team Liquid。今年命运多舛的 Liquid 最终在世界唯一双圈大满贯拥有者 Twist 做指挥后渐入佳境。从未能打入哥本哈根 Major 到上海 Major 的决胜赛，他们是美洲区唯一的希望，而他们也在谱写 Team Liquid 的新篇章。
The rebuild is complete. The team is looking more comfortable. Players are learning more about themselves and finding their form. Their new leader has shown what he's capable of and how hard he is willing to work for their goals. Will they still be a dark horse at the end of this? It's Team Liquid!
Fantastic walkouts there. You can see how effortless Donk makes being an international superstar look. Just there playing with the crowd, Twists as well. So if there was any sign of nerves, you wouldn't know it. But anyway, guys, quick temperature check. I'm just kind of watching just to see if we've got any interviews creeping up on us. But anyway, we can start talking about the potentials for a veto and where it might go.
Well, we know where it's not going to go, right? We know Inferno's the permaban of Spirit. We know that we're going to see a ban on Vertigo as well.
Actually, being told we are going to get some interviews here. So let's go back to Shanghai.
The team huddle is still taking place, but now Spirit take to the stage once again. Chopper, what is your feeling coming into this game? How confident are you?
I don't know, it's really good crowd.
班克问他说 ：“Chopper 来到这个舞台上，你的感觉怎么样？有自信吗？”他说：“我不知道，我觉得还不错，感觉非常的好。”我们来问一下 Twist。Do you have enough confidence to take Team Spirit down?
I believe so. I think my whole team has enough confidence. We feel absolutely amazing today. I feel like we've prepared well, and we just can't wait to play in front of this amazing audience.
我刚刚问他说有没有足够的信心战胜 Team Spirit， 他说当然了，我觉得是这样的，我整个队伍我的队友们都已经准备好了，我们今天感觉非常的棒，我们已经准备好了。
With that, the stage is set. But Shanghai, this is looking beautiful. Are you ready?
好的，让我们把舞台留给 Team Spirit 和 Team Liquid。
Yeah, there we go. So we got the interviews. Love that answer from Twists. You can see he's just full DX in it. You gotta love it.
Yeah,
so anyway, now we have to talk about the minutiae of where this veto might go to. So I'll start with you on this one, Dust. You said, just before we had to go back to the interviews, you know where it's not going to go.
Yeah, no Inferno, no Vertigo. We know that's the 2 perma bans, but I think what'll be interesting is the picks, because I think Spirit could exploit Liquid. It'll be up to their choosing which target they want to go to first. If I am Liquid, I'm getting Anubis immediately. Last time they let it go to the Decider map, I don't want to see that. I want them to go ahead and put their best foot forward now and guarantee themselves a map in the first 2.
I don't know. I want to see if Liquid vetoes Dust, and lets Vertigo through. That's a gamble that they could take if they feel not confident. I wouldn't like them to do that, because I think they had their opportunities on Dust 2 last time. I know the scoreline was dominant, but they were getting reset every time. A couple of unfortunate rounds for them. So they should feel like if they switch things up a little bit, they can have a good chance on the map. And that's what they do with the Vertigo ban. Like, Dust 2 is still in the pool for Team Spirit. They do go for that Anubis pick this time around. Spirit straight to Dust 2.
Yeah, Ban Mirage Liquid. Ban Mirage Liquid.
I think Ancient here, probably something that we see as the decider. And for Liquid, Anubis and Ancient are 2 of their highest win percentage maps, so I think they'll be happy with this one.
This is the best.
You can't see it at home. Dust's literally punching the air right now, by the way, guys.
Liquid played this veto perfectly. I did not want them to let Anubis go to a decider. I wanted them to pick it now. They're 13-2 on this map. It's their best map. They might be the best team in the world on it, in my opinion. Go ahead and get it out now. Give yourself a chance to go ahead and start with the big one, because Spirit's probably going to punish you on D2, but Ancient, that's a coin flip for me.
And we'll see a little bit. Spirit deciding to pick CT side on Anubis, right? On Liquid's pick. We see teams a lot pick T side, actually, because it is a T-sided map, and also you get to dictate the pace of the game at the very beginning. It goes both ways. It might be tough on stage to get into the swing of things, right? And that way they can steal away a couple of extra rounds on CT. But yeah, for me, confidence in the world in Team Liquid to take this one home.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit more just about the matchup, Dust, on Anubis specifically.
Sure.
You said Team Liquid might be the best team in the world on this map. Tell me why.
I think it's just because, A, the success record is there, but also it's just I've seen them constantly innovate. Like, they already have a great foundation of, Twist and, Yekindar being your aggressors, and Canal and mid, having Naf and JKS playing the extremities. But now those 2 extremity players are willing to go for plays, willing to go for openings, and then we can see Yekindar be mobile and how he assists things. And they've also added some new mid-control protocols.
The
only thing that Yekindar hasn't adjusted is a way to see more of the game, so maybe he could, pick out players a little bit better. But other than that, yeah, I've just seen them constantly evolve in Anubis across the year, and they've looked good on it.
Hey, man, if I was going up against Donk, I'd try to get into the game as much as possible, any advantage that I could get. And here is where, sometimes you talk about Spirit and Chopper plays mid, right, on a map like this. Donk is mostly towards connector, towards B, so it's sometimes Shiro, yes, he moves all over the place, but sometimes it's hard for these guys to get activated, right? I think that's where you sort of give the edge over to the side of Team Liquid. Their talent is more evenly spread around the map.
And that's why I think they should go for Chopper. Chopper is a weak point on this map for me defensively, and this is where you've actually seen Liquid evolve into pulling Naf off the extremity and helping Twist attack middle. And I think that combination can just open up so many options, whether they want to use that to split A, or they just want to use that to threaten CT rotations and then kind of fall back and then play a mid to late round play. I just think that Liquid's so dynamic on this map, both attack and defense, and I think that getting it first is going to give them their best chance at pulling this off.
I mean, is it a complete disaster if Liquid can't get this one over the line?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think they have their chances, right? I don't think their Dust 2 against Spirit was as grim as it maybe it was in other situations, and we'll get to that map altogether. But yeah, absolutely, their best chances are on Anubis and Ancient. I think Liquid will tell you that themselves before the game.
And for Spirit, is there a particular key to victory that doesn't involve Donk?
I think, again, it comes down to Zontix actually doing pretty well for my money. Like, he is an extremity player on this map, but he's been able to be pretty successful in that throughout the course of Shanghai and recent events, going for openings and finding him. When he's not, he's been a good trade fragger. I think that that's actually, for me, the X factor. Because, I know I'm going to get from Donk on an in-and-out basis. We all do. We all know we're going to get from Shiro as well. He's always been that trusty sidekick, but more on the passive front. You need Donk to have someone else that can kind of help him be the aggressor. And in some cases, it's just been Chopper going in first to sacrifice himself so Donk has a more favorable duel. But sometimes it has been Zontix, and so far I've been impressed with him in Shanghai.
The most important people on Team Spirit are Chopper and Halley, because you need to prepare well for this game. Liquid plays in a very dynamic way, especially on their CT side. So you need to prep your players to be reactive and to hit timings and not be scared of utility. If you get blocked by a smoke, you still need to hit the timing and go. Otherwise, Liquid is going to outposition you whole game long. They do a great job of disguising, sort of where they're weak or buying time to make aggressive plays with utility, right? And this is something for Spirit. You can't just be, Once Liquid does something and then you react, it's too late. You need to be able to anticipate in this game. That's what their players need to be able to do on the server. That's the point that Halley and Chopper needed to nail home before the game started.
Yeah, and obviously we have seen them drop this map over the course of the RMRs and the Major Dust. Perhaps to opponents that are a little bit surprising, certainly worse than Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's no doubt that it's a map that at times has been good for them, but it has kind of failed them a little bit. And I do think that one thing that Spirit could do to try to be a little bit more dynamic is to try to move Shiro's op around a little bit more defensively, try to get some different looks to him. But it's also going to be about Donk. You know, he's the one that's going to be guarding that B connector on the CT side. He's also a guy who is very mobile in his own right. I think at some point this game they're going to have to shift his position to kind of help things out.
All right, guys. Well, thanks a lot for that. We are going to go straight over to the action now. So bring the hype.
Bringing the hype for sure in this one. This could be a bare-knuckle brawl. The map pool as well, Chad, you said to me off air, you said this is a brawly set of maps. We've got brawlers in the server. Can I expect a little bit of early action just to kind of whet my appetite?
I think with the Nubers, definitely Dust 2 is going to follow up, and then if we make it to Third of Ancient, all of these can deliver in that capacity, but we are straight into game, straight underway. And Team Liquid, well, it's their map choice, Spirit, opting to start on the CT side. Yanko touched on it. This is the type of the map where the CTs have to set the tone. We'll see if they do so out the gates on the pistol. Over towards B. This is a bit of a variation for Liquid from their last few pistols on this map. Heavy mid for Spirit and an opening glance from Magix.
Yeah, he's going to take a little bit of info and throw out an incendiary that will foil your initial plans, but it doesn't look like Liquid are going to be phased.
Fortunately for Liquid, they hadn't let go of the utility just yet. Here it comes.
Wave of util, Donk to receive ahead of the smoke, and it's actually Magix that draws first blood. Ultimate puts Magix down, it's Donk they find in the smoke. JKS, a fan favorite, removes Donk empty-handed into the pistol.
Oh dear.
Those Jewel Berettas, they collect the double kill in unison. It's actually Zontix that finds himself a double as well, and down goes Naflight. Triple kill to start off for Zontix.
Yeah, looked real good for a moment there, but the mid push with the window drop into the Jewel Berettas, wanting that con control Team Liquid, that's where they get slaughtered. Bomb going down, likely to see the force follow through. You feel that was looking good for Liquid. But Zontix, he is a big win condition for this team. Obviously, all the talk is about Donk, right? The carry performances that this guy can put in. Pull his team across the... Yeah, well, you know, the flashes, the smoke, it doesn't make it easy. But it was that right there. There was a goosh, and then the two frags that came in. But Zontix is essentially the third star of this team. You've got your Donk, you've got your Shiro, and then it's Zontix with his contribution. So kicking it off from the pistol. Here's the force for Liquid. Ultimate with an AK, no head armor. Galil for JKS, pistols for the rest.
No head armor AK, so going to be the late piece. Doesn't want to be trying to take early jewels and excursions into the MP9s.
Looks like they're just going to feel this one out. They've shown their hand with light utility. HE's not finding damage, pushing through and fight.
Ooh, cool setup. They flash for Donk from mid. And it catches your Kinder off guard. So Canal's control taken, or at least the fight taken.
But I like that. Assertive nature against a force buy. A lot of times you'll see teams go, all right, well, yeah, we still should have some advantages here. Let's keep it slow. Let's keep it steady. Let's not give anything away, but they take the jewel. That's a great sign for Team Spirit early.
Yeah, as you can see, Ultimate's going to be the facilitator.
It's going to be tough to break. Rotation point of Chopper to assist that of Zontix, who with those kills has got himself an M4. Good weapon for the job.
Zontix, a lot of work to do. He's already started strong with his multi-kill. Worried about camera, but now he's got to deal with in brunt of the assault. Flattened by the Tech 9 of Naf. Chopper, empty-handed, it's Naf. A huge statement, double entry to make this force buy look like a reality for Liquid.
All through heaven here. Molly possible over towards Fountain.
Forced to acknowledge and respect the utility. Naf burns. Sound cue given away. They know he's occupying close to the side. They'll double swing him, and it's a clean headshot back from Magix. Twist the Tech 9. It has to be Ultimate to finish this. How much damage can Twist do? Absolutely nothing. And he's in trouble now. Oh! Ultimate hits every single shot! 3 headshots in rapid succession from Roland.
This is that kid's first major, second round on the stage, 10,000 people. And he just does that?
He's a natural.
That's how we're starting? Okay.
I questioned why the AK's in his hands, and he explains path. How has he done that?
You think when the train should have definitely been there. That was so steady, so calm. All right.
Well, he's definitely reminded everyone what he's capable of.
Well, this could be better for Liquid. Sure, you lose the pistol, you win the force, you win the follow-up. Well, you're going to be a 3-1 start. Spirit are going to have to take an eco.
Can't quite believe what we've just witnessed. So early.
Yeah, and the Des touched on it, right? They were talking about there's two keys. Yanko bringing up the fact that Yikinda and Ultimate necessary for this team, and both of them finding better form as of late. There's been a dip, right? This Liquid, it's their first season. They brought JKS in, they brought Ultimate, someone nobody had heard of. It started well, and then things started to fall off. So this is them looking for the resurgence. And they haven't been able to find that aha breakthrough moment. What better time than the major? Jostling for control, forcing out Util. Smokes, plenty. Liquid have a good amount to finish with, but the CT setup currently, 3 players residing over towards B, and just one man, Chopper, left to his own devices on A. Smoke dotted in, and now Zontic's freed up to rotate. You can see him there glancing. They know that they've left this mid gap. Has it been exploited by Liquid? Well, not yet.
Again, the target's Chopper, Das discussed. A vulnerability on their CT setups. And he's been left to his own devices. He needs one hit, just to slow them down, if anything. A headshot onto Yikinda was available.
Should save now, Spirit. You're out of position. Might still be on high alert because the A-Anchor Zontic's still alive. But right now, Spirit have absolutely no reason to go for this. I think Spirit might lay down arms as well, right? Let them hold on to their goodies. You didn't really get to see too much of what they were working with, but you knew they were going to be forcing. So well handled, just one problem to deal with. And of course, Spirit, in those moments, you have to gamble. That's the nature of this map. We've been talking about it time and time again throughout the course of the major cycle. The T side, you're looking for 7, 8+ rounds. If you're able to get past that 7 mark, great. For the CTs on a force, what are you going to do? You're going to push through window, you're going to push through smokes. You have to hope the fight comes your way if you want to play passive like that.
Well, genuine question then about this CT side of Anubis is, you know, is it something that you have to essentially gamble because of the vulnerabilities of B? Like getting crunch from Con and Main can feel so rough that if there's not 3 or 4 players there, you just give it up. Do you have to gamble even into the gun rounds as well?
That's one of your 2 options, right? And I guess as we see this game progress, secondary AWPing is also something that you could do, right? Because it's going to mean you could hold on to utility for longer. But I think that as the rounds whittle down, that's one approach. It's similar to Inferno is that way, right? You want to make sure that you're holding onto your util, but you also need to fight for control. So you're stuck between this horrible feeling.
Which is why there's that T bias.
Exactly. So for Team Spirit, this is a second bite of the cherry with those purchases. So problems as, well, this looks like a technical timeout. Just taking a look as it looks like it will be, yeah, Zontix. He's got his headset off. He's got the admin on his side. And they'll be sorting this one out.
It is a grandiose stage.
Yeah, center stage. We're right on the floor in all of the action here in Shanghai. 10,000 people. Thursday afternoon.
Yeah, and we were watching the first best of 3 from the stands, and have to say that like this whole crowd is like tapped in.
It's a high level appreciation, right? Like they note a save and they start clapping, and it's like, okay, that's nice. Like they're actually able to piece things together, which is.
And the loudest we heard them get was for something like, you know, an eco victory, something that
sure.
they aren't expecting to happen when that expectation's subverted. They're not just cheering for, oh, red team, my team, go red team.
I got a couple of other storylines to get into here.
Twist is playing with the crowd.
Yeah, and he's one of the favorites, but surprisingly, and this is not my bias, this is theirs.
Yep.
JKS, the birthday boy, is apparently the talk of the town. He's one of the most favored players here in China, which is insane to me.
That is.
But they had the biggest roar when he walked out on the stage from the Liquid bunch.
Yeah, and Team Spirit as well. Good fanfare for them. Just hearing, like, pre-walkouts, just him arriving to set up his gear. Donk, understandably.
Well, it is the year of the Dragon, Alex.
Yes, he has been somewhat of a mythical beast in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, the year starting, obviously, with that jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring performance from Donk. Katowice trophy lift. It's like, oh, okay, we knew you were a prospect. Now you're a prodigy. I think they called them over there in Romania a phenom.
Yeah, unlike anything we've ever seen, right? Like that Katowice run, his arrival.
The fact that he's a rifler, right? That's the thing that stands out. Now, it's not that your Zawus of the world or your Simples of the world can't rifle. They can rifle very well. But they are AWPers, right? Yeah, that is where they find their influence within the game. So Donk is doing it in one of the hardest environments because he's also so aggressive.
And something I think that's also, you know, bears repeating is that Katowice performance we've just referenced,
also put a massive target on his back to the point where those donk demos of Katowice were the most downloaded demos across the entire professional scene. So what does that do to a player? Obviously, you've just burst onto the scene. You've got your tricks, you've got your approaches, you've got your, maybe your touch and a crouch key a little bit more than other players, whatever it may be.
The donk slide, I believe,
donk
Alex.
Slide. What, dude? I've been watching some donk demos. Believe it or not.
There you go.
He is, he's very rarely completely static. It's almost like he's found like a way to kind of dead zone.
But this shows you, right, the young generation, and when they get tapped in at such an age, especially when they don't have the residue of a 1.6, of a source, of a previous iteration, of exactly, right? They just become fluid. It looks natural, second nature, but not to the degree of a donk. So, yeah, we have found ourselves previously not being able to stop talking, and I think that might be the same again today.
But maybe it's nice we get it out of the way. Maybe,
True. We'll do our donk. And then,
oh, fantastic. Well, the glaze is complete. We can focus our attention on round 4. And a quick recap of how we got here. Ultimate, second round Force Spy. No head armor, AK-40 versus 3. 3 CTs swinging into the bomb site. 1 kill away from picking up a very much needed second round conversion. And Ultimate denied it with 3 headshots. Spirit now recoiling from that. And it's a second bite of the cherry, as Chad put it. Just Chopper losing out on that A site for saved. Second round Force Spies, so it's what? Pistol round. It's pistols, Kevlar, Scout for Shiro.
Looks like they're going for the same approach. Zontix and Chopper over towards B again. Chopper without an upgrade this time round. So hoping that Team
Chopper's walking out.
He has gone quite aggressive and undetected. So the biggest thing that he offers is information.
Or a double dink to the back of, maybe triple dink to the back of Yakinda's head. Twist has actually had his bell rung.
I guess it is the Mac 10. It is the Mac 10.
Oh, it's not going to be easy. He's not going to be static. Oh, he's dead. Donk finishes off the job, so Chopper draws attention. JKS does bring him down, but those Kevlar and the MP9s are still flowing. Spirit uncertain as to where these CT aggressions have come from and where they've gotten off to.
Yeah, bomb is going to be the indicator here, as we do have Naf outside the B side. You'll see him there on the CT and the T sides. You could argue the best in the world at this, as he notes too. Good information now flowing.
Yeah, keeps you guessing. Twist, of course, took a heavy lick as reformatted his approach and actually rejoined the force towards A. JKS sent searching.
Tusk can get a smoke in towards heaven. Ooh, Zontix playing forward. Donk, the unknown piece.
Zontix all problems already. Galil finds his head through the wall. It's JKS that brings him down. Donk's Deed not able to connect. You only get one chance against JKS, and this time he brings him down comfortably. For a third.
Yeah, and Dust pointing this out. He wanted to them pick this map, not let it be the third. Pointed out some stats. They're 14-2 on this map with this roster, and they've only come together on this half of the season. So this is home turf for Team Liquid. So far, so good. I think Dust 2 does really raise some alarm bells. Vito going as expected, I would say. Because this has been a bit more spotty for Spirit. They're on a 2 losses on the trot. One of those was to Passion.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough map as well as the desk, and as we have discussed, that on the CT side, you can't hide someone. Not that you should have to, but you can't.
Sure, the supporting cast of Spirit, I think Magix and Chopper definitely get put under the microscope a little bit, but it's crazy because some games you do, and Chopper looks like he's out of place and without that confidence that Yanko's talking about in others. We were covered up a Mirage game.
He's like,
I think that was in the Na'Vi match potentially.
Yeah.
And he was just rolling up through connector, sitting him on their ass. So
he can be like that brute force, if he catches timings, if he's feeling the game. I think his calls also take a step up, a level up. But yeah, Liquid, this is looking like kind of easy street to start.
Well, the guns come back out, right? It was pistol, then forced by loss. Now we find ourselves.
Warp.
Yeah, it's still not perfect, is it? MP9 and a Famus. The Shiro's ult will need to come into play. So early harass on middle. Also trying to go play and turtle up towards the B bomb site. 3-prong start again over towards B, but A's where all the action is. JKS will have the head-to-head against Zontix.
He's fighting on this, forced forward by the Molotov to JKS. Anticipate, he doesn't. He did not consider Zontix taking an aggressive reposition off the back of that
Could have been the HE that came in there from Chopper.
Yeah, master the stout sound of his aggressions. So that's a nice protocol response. Spirit handled business with JKS's early A probe. Now middle, under scrutiny. Yakinda returns to test Zontix. That was his chance. Smoke to block. Solid hold so far. 60 seconds on the clock for Liquid to try and find a finish.
Well, Liquid postured all the way forward in middle. They were at the window and doors. Now they're backed off around the world. Looking that they want to hit this A side again. B, awfully quiet. Donk starting to investigate and cheat over to help the defense. This is a good move for Spirit. Getting the information, but they've just left Zontix on his lonesome.
Yeah, he hasn't got anything to block now. Ultimate lining up that Heaven smoke. It is going to be that A finish. HG could be well timed. Ill shot. Bodies are here. Rotation required, especially now Chopper's gone down empty-handed. Yakinda low. Zontix trying to play for survival. Goes down to Yakinda, but there's Donk. That's Donk. Destructive as always.
Time.
Needs to get the bomb down. Ultimate in a 1 versus 2 situation. Has Donk done enough? It should be. Shiro and Magic just tasked with the finish. And Ultimate has a chance! Comes down to the Shiro USP. And that's a perfect embodiment of everything we've discussed. Chopper, nothing. Zontix, nothing. In comes Donk for the triple. And it's enough for the cleanup crew into a 1v1. Okay, A defended. And that started in a 4v5.
Yeah, just barely though, wasn't it? We'll check this one out again. There's the opener. Yakinda on the way in, and then Zontix misses his timing, but Donk arrives perfectly. A beautiful triple, a necessary triple, and it's the combination of the Donk and Shiro show.
I always find the M4A1S, when you see the triple, it's like the last 6 bullets, and it's just that control. He taps those last ones to make sure there's precision in behind it.
You know, you're working with less bullets.
Oh, he made it work so well.
Hallie's going to get on the mic for an early tactical timeout. Team Spirit, even though they won that round, only keeping Shiro alive means that they're going to be pretty strapped. So in moments like this that are important, because you lose this one, then Liquid can go on another spree because of the finances.
Right.
So you want to make sure that the approach in this moment is set. Right? Do we want to try something more aggressive? What type of utility or weaponry do we need to prioritize? And if we choose this option, what are our weaknesses? That'll be the discussion that Hallie's having with them right now. So a really well-timed timeout, and you can just see those issues on screen. 2 M4s, 2 MP9s up against Liquid, who have 4 AKs, and Yakinda choosing to operate with the MAC-10.
Yeah, and less utility, so deliberately, not only the lesser
This is more mid abuse.
This could be trying to run down Chopper.
This
Chopper,
is dry.
Chopper just getting run at. Chopper's in trouble, isolated, holds his own for 1. Twist will trade, pressure on. Temple smoke already dropped. This is already breeding uncertainty.
Good move here from Zontix, though, trying to isolate the fight against JKS, so applies that pressure. He knew that he was just on an island. Shiro doesn't quite believe it. The game plan is so mid and A-centric right now for Liquid. It really does feel like they're trying to abuse Chopper in middle and then understand what that leaves for poor Zontix to deal with.
Well, yeah, because then once you adapt, then B site's weak and you can finally start walking in there.
Well, we'll see when that starts to come into play. Right now, 4v4. Still a decent amount of utility for Spirit. It's Zontix. He has to get something on the way in.
He doesn't have a smoke, Chad. There is no way. He has to just get this info safely, which...
Well, they just cleared Con. Good info right now for Spirit.
He has to stay active. So susceptible to a flashbang. Walking in. No flash. He's not ready.
Wow.
What was that? A quick switch. Now brings him down. There's Shiro's AWP. Necessary. Finds a response, but they are into the site. Shiro plays for the retake with his boys. That's aggressive. Too aggressive. Twist. Hits a shot through the wall. Molly finishes the job. It's Donk, though. He is arriving. They have mantled into heaven, so Naf, a forward position upon the fade. It's Donk's awareness that will be tested. Now revealed by Naf.
I think that hit him. That actually hit Donk, so they know he's up there.
Now the question is, are we playing for this round? They are so distracted by Donk, though, that there are backs turned for Magix on this late A rival. Twist addressed it just in time. A necessary triple kill, his first 3 contributions, and it leads to a 4th.
All right. That's going to be Liquid up to 4. 2-round gap as Donk looking to hold on to this M4. Worried about the hunt, but again, yeah, just to address it, middle and A, looking like the weak point. Bomb goes off, round on the board, and lost bonus comes through. Right now, it might just have to be the save behind this A1S.
Like, that was the plan. Yakinda's MAC-10, he was there to die.
Yeah, and they even caught Chopper off guard, so Chopper did good to get 1, but they are really isolating his starts. So what this changes is exactly what you were highlighting. You will now either have to start 1-2-2 or 3-2, right? You're going to have to, or 2-1-2.
There's a gap somewhere.
Exactly. So the B side would become weaker with the rifle rounds. But this is Donk with the saved gun. So he loves to be in the front of the fight. So as the pistols, get him a bit of info and then put him in the right place, wind him up, let him go.
The dynamo of Donk. Chopper. Wow, lurking through that dark smoke. That is going to be problematic for him. Shiro trying to draw a process, so Donk could do damage. There it is. Team play available. AK found. First of this save rifle. We'll need a whole lot more from Donk if Spirit have a chance in this one.
Does he stay mobile? Oh, okay, well, Magix has been noted, and Naf isn't playing to punish the crawl back on his B lurk.
It looks like Naf is parking the bus here for a reason. Oh, that will clear you out. Information provided. Still occupation towards that B main side.
Not a lot they can do about it.
I don't know, Donk is going towards jail just to hold the crossfire with Magix.
Ultimate's coming to bail him out.
He's scared. Understandably, Donk's rifle was seen on this bomb site. Crossing back is actually into Magix. Staying active on that.
Getting a bit late in the round. This can still go wrong for Liquid. 37 seconds.
They've gambled correctly here, Chad. Spirit, that is. Liquid with a man advantage. No Kev on Magix M4, so really will fall to Donk to find the multi-kill once more. JKS going to be arriving through Con. Miss smoke. Awkward now. Spirit a chance, and there he is! Once again, just finds the perfect timing, destroys Liquid with 4, an ace from Donk, one save rifle, and he puts his skills on display, stone-faced, as he pulls a magical round out for Spirit.
You could just see it. Just there working into action. Yikinda gets them too, but apparently that's not enough. This is such a tough position that Donk finds himself in as well because of the fights, but it works out perfectly. Just the timing into that fight. Is he really here this late? If you're Liquid and you're going for that option, you have assumed that they have rotated elsewhere. You don't think that you're going into the stack. So that, either read or gamble from Spirit, either way you want to split it, pays off.
In Liquid's mind, they know that we know where Donk was. They wouldn't just leave him there. But what a perfect timing as well. The fact that as he swings, Twist is pulling out the Molotov in the open, lined up for him.
Magic's taking aggro from the platform position is exactly where you want a molly, because it's such a hard fight that the T's have to sweep in and clear. So you can understand why Twist is getting ready to clear him out. But that one is a round that you need to, if you're not get rattled by. Right? We'd say it in the past with the Zywa or Simple. Those rounds are going to happen. So far, 2 of them have happened. But you can't let it get out of control. And they've been able to buy. Mytha took the timeout just to settle them as, again, game plan.
What help this time? If they continue to try and force the issue through the flames, doesn't matter unless Shiro can rack up a double. Pulls the trigger, does silence Yikinda, and forced away by the smoke towards Temple.
There's follow through this time. Normally they've gone mid and backed off. This time they're just going to go quickly into towards an A split.
Yeah, I mean, Zontic's A main. He's blocked JKS, so it's going to be through camera. Oh, missed shot from Shiro. That could come back to haunt him. Zontic's going to have a head-to-head here with Ultimate. Ultimate does win it out just about. Look at Naf surfing through the flames. Not a care in the world.
How do you two now for this post plant? 3v3, this is looking
fragile.
better for Spirit.
They are fragile. Naf needs to hit something here. Donk crouching in, looking to find him, maybe overlook. Can Naf catch the timing? Backwards turn, and Naf adjusts! A beautiful transfer into the head of Magix. Puts it onto Shiro. Sure, he's got 3, but he's got 15 points of health for the 1v2. As an AWPer, you want this into the next, but simultaneously, no, you can do it. This utility, Ultimate Stairs, this setup is perfectly designed to ensure he cannot get isolated duels. He cannot pull the trigger onto one without response from the other. And so bides his time for an overextension. Waits for Ultimate to touch his keyboard a little too much and realizes that it's not being given, and so he concedes. Despite his best efforts, even a missed shot in there, he finds 3 kills, but it's not enough, insufficient as Liquid sees a 5th.
Yeah, hanging around looking for a mistake, not getting one, so back and forth we go. It's 4 consecutive rounds now of back and forth action between these two teams. But still, we set the bar of 4 to 5 rounds for the CT side of Team Spirit. Sitting at 3, not too shabby.
You can attribute 1 to Zontix and 2 to Donk.
That's right, Zontix with a triple kill on the pistol. And then Donk coming up big with an A1S and an AK-47. Yikinda again strapping in with this MAC-10, and JKS is doing the same. Have they read the economy wrong, or is this just going to be an A rush? Because, hey, there is another buy from Team Spirit.
Okay, I'm intrigued.
Only 1 set of head armor, however, that's on Donk. Just launching into A. It's Zontix on his lonesome. We'll have to block them the best he can.
Zontix, that helmet, or absence thereof, is going to be a problem!
God.
Just like that, the drive-by connects! Not ready for a MAC-10. expecting the rifle. Headshot from Yakinda, and Yakinda could do more. 3 players here running through. He guns them all down. Lovely work from the space taker, the space maker. Liquid gifted a 6th off the back of Yakinda. Charge into the A site.
The game plan is clear. Abuse mid, abuse A. They are having absolutely no issues with Zontix or Chopper so far.
Like, there are limited options for an A anchor there, but Zontix, he's not ready for a Mach 10 instant headshot through a smoke.
That is what Yakinda will deliver you, right? Space, the fact he gets the entry and then the follow-ups, that's beautiful work. It's the type of form that they need if they want to be able to take down Spirit. Coming into today, I think I looked at like 60-40, maybe even teams would have been hedging higher, you know, speaking to different players around the lobby. People are, yeah, Spirit's in good form, we've been pracking him. Okay. Yanko, he believes Liquid have what it takes to get this one done today. Dust 2 up next. Ancient is the third and decider if we need to get there.
Speaking of Yanko, you know, Liquid, I think it was that CT side he was referring to when he described it as dynamic. We're seeing dynamicism, whatever that word may be, on their T side as well.
Yeah, well, wait till we get over to the CT side. Yakinda is the tell of aggression for this team. They move him around the map. He's that loose piece, right? Kind of what you would expect from an AWPer. But sure. Yakinda is pushing out B main, pushing connector, going middle, pushing out A. Wherever we see him starting the round is where you expect Liquid to take a fight. Taking a fight, that's on Spirit's docket. They bought into the previous. Looks like they're doing the same right now. They know that they just need 1 or 2 more rounds, so gonna shove. Sure, couple of saves, but it's messy again. MP9s too, Famous, AWP, and Donk with the A1S. And I didn't want to have the framing of, yeah, it is just Donk. Well, obviously, he's had a contribution of Zontix and Shiro, but maybe it is Donk.
So far, it has been. A full belt of utility and the kit, he's got everything he needs.
Here's the change, 2-1-2.
What's the Liquid approach? Naf starts off slow B. Ultimate and Twist tasked with taking some mid to start.
Bit slower this time around. More of a default approach, just feeling things out. Seeing what they can find. JK's going through his standard protocol utility. You can see the way that that little game has evolved. Players have started pushing forward on the smoke because they know that that player has a molly in his hands. JK throws the smoke, waits a second for the push, then throws the molly.
Well, that smoke will certainly keep Shiro interested. Chopper, next test for him. He's got no utility here, so upon the fade, he is just going to be taking a heads-up duel. AKV Famas. Block on main. 50 seconds for Liquid to find the finish.
Shiro's not going to search A main with the AWP. He's just going to stay planted. Looks like they want to fight in towards Con.
Trade potentials available in JKS. Or rather, Yakinda, depending on who takes that first.
Oh, back and forth.
Oh, they're not sure.
Chopper's starting to rotate away.
Yeah, they are.
They're playing a retake B setup now. 28 seconds.
Donk realizes he needs to get back into the site ASAP. Playing close to the pillar, ready to swing out on the first friction. They're into jail, though. It's getting sketchy. Chopper, good find. Removes Yakinda. Magix makes it work with the MP9. Still stubborn into the side of Liquid.
2v2.
Naf makes it interesting with a couple of seconds to spare. The code is punched. The bomb is planted. Shiro approaching. AWP on his back. Forced into the USP. He made it work in the 1v1 before. Naf ready for this duel. Stays active on the angle. An important duel. Zontix waiting for Shiro. Down he goes, though. Zontix tasked with a 1 versus 2. They are low. Softened up for him. He's done it. Pulls it off. Another round we can credit to Zontix. Impact being felt here on Anubis.
That was all the MP9s. Magix in the chaos over towards Jail, and then Zontix looking absolutely robotic there. Isolates JK, snaps into Naf. Whoa. Another clutch for Team Spirit on this CT side. We'll get this one again. So there's Magix thriving in the chaos, knowing that time's going to be an issue. They turn this on its head to Liquid, but that second kill is a thing of beauty from Zontix.
He knows where you were. He knows that trade is coming. Just perfectly positions the crosshair. Instant headshot. Wow.
This can still slip for Liquid, right?
Could.
Think about the type of rounds that they've lost. Team Spirit are doing exactly what you need to do to post the CT-sided rounds. They can still walk away 6-6, split them at the half.
Ooh, little touch of aggression, or at least the flash implies as such. Rug's position noted. On the HE trajectory.
important round for both teams. The back and forth nature that we've had is that the loss bonus going into the final round of play. 1,900 for Liquid, 1,400 for Spirit. Be working with very, very little for whoever loses this one.
B smokes have landed. CT side on high alert. Spirit anticipating a B finish behind this util, but it's not coming.
Oh,
Spam can take a little. Magic's chipped down to 74. Retooling though, Liquid, they have to find their finish, and it does seem like a late B return from Twist with that bomb on his back. Ooh, Chopper, he's bitten.
Yeah, B pressure, mid pressure. Zontic still towards B with Shiro. That setup is strong, but Chopper's in the wrong place.
Yeah, they're worried about that mid gap, so Donk's looking at Temple. He really has no idea that they're all coming in through B main. It's going to be hard to fight these fights now. Donk versus Naf. Spamming smokes. He's got no bullets. He's got no health, but he has got help. Magic. MP9 nearly 2. Kinder brings him down. Nade, good work from Zontic.
So
much damage indeed. JKS's ears are ringing. Now a 4 versus 3 advantage. Despite Donk's low HP, they have the numbers. They've got the smoke, and Chopper profits. Twist goes down, long range MP9 to the dome. Now Ultimate's up, has to rack up a multi. JKS needs to live, swings into an MP9. Too many targets here for Ultimate. Surely there's no way he can come up clutch once more. He has his signature weapon, misses it, can't hold on with the Tech 9, can't draw it out in time. Again, the Shiro USP to close. And Spirit CT side starting to get a little bit comfortable. 5 rounds to 6.
Take inventory for this final round. Naf and JKS in the position to get at the AKs. Ultimate the same. Twist and Yakin are going to have to operate with something lighter. Galil's, maybe Mac 10s, depending on the importance of the Utah. But that is such a huge nade. That cluster of Ts swarming the site. Very well placed, softened up. A good attempt from Ultimate. Very good damage done. So they've gone for the Tech 9s, Yakinda and Twist. Utah a preference. I think Liquid will look at this half as a bit of a failure if they only walk away with 6.
Almost certainly. Late nade towards Ruggs. They're trying to isolate some damage onto JKS, but he's not there.
This is more direct, so a bit of a different timing from Liquid this time round.
But Donk is the one that's going to be the first man on the scene. Flash turned by Donk. Does he have the first headshot? No, he actually can't track him. Yakinda does open up the sight. It's Chopper that stands up. Huge double kill will fall to JKS, but a 2v2 all the same.
Bomb needs to get scooped up.
JKS on that task. Sontics and Shiro challenge.
This nade could do it.
Looks good. Looks great. JKS catches another dunk from Zontics.
Ultimate has plenty of time to play out this clutch.
From the bait. Spots out Zontics. It's impact upon impact round. 6-6. That is a CT side Spirit can be proud of.
Yeah, slew of 3 there to close out the half. They did a very good job. There was a lot of clutches necessary, sure. It doesn't matter how you get the rounds, just as long as you get them.
Wow, and you know, you asked about supporting cast. The Death certainly did. Zontics is present. Chopper's had every image into this one, defending B.
And it also felt like Liquid got what they wanted, right? They were able to harass mid and A, and then you would hope that it would change the setups, which it did. However, Spirit is still able to fight back in and get themselves all tied up. They're in a very strong position now to take this map. You move over to their T side even.
Just thinking about Zontics' HEs. That's like repeated damage. He knows their plant preferences, reads it well. Back-to-back rounds. Zontics, without even needing to pull a trigger, finding a good kill with a well-placed HE grenade. Okay, well, sides have been swapped, Chad.
But this is far from over. Remind everybody again, 14-2 with this roster, Liquid on this map. So only having lost it 2 times, and well, it was coming through in both of their progression series. Once again, I think it was against FlyQuest and once against MIBR.
Right.
To get them from opening stage to elimination to where we find ourselves today. Here comes the pistol round. Heavy lean towards middle/A from Team Liquid. It's just one man of NAF flight over towards that B defense. Mid-centric attack from Team Spirit.
Twist anti-flash. Here's the steps, gets ready before. Oh, he eats the flashbang and a sitting dunk for Dong. A second available for him, trying to track the head and finds it onto Yakinda. setting him up for success, and Ultimate just spamming in the smoke, reveals his position. Shiro unloads a full clip.
Oh, they faked as if they were going to go temple towards B. They're actually just waiting. It looks like they want to finish A.
JKS is considering supporting Ultimate, and of course he's got the smoke in the kit, so Ultimate is a valuable asset to the team. Can't track. Magic draws the cross set and sets up more from Donk on the Glock. Clear this corner as well. Oh, this is revolting! Another one! Another one from Donk! The dude is just stamping his time card. He is just putting in work. Working Liquid like it's his full-time job.
Just had the crowd chanting his name, so understandably so.
Performance like this for most players is, you know, a special occasion.
Well,
for Donk, it's just another day.
He's got 16 kills. He's got 2 aces, so there's 10, and then he had those 3 kills over towards A. There's 13. So
yeah,
that's 3 rounds we can essentially just attest to his name. And Liquid, I don't think you're going to be winning this one. This is not a force fight.
And on the T-side pistol of Anubis at a 6-6 scoreline,
and
you couldn't.
Both pistols.
Yeah. Well, they had an idea of a flash.
Stacks in the right place.
Not blind as Magic, should be fine to farm on the Galil. Actually, Yakinda punishes the messy spray. And in comes the cleanup crew. Job done. Round 1.
Liquid are going to have to work very hard to get themselves back in this game. I know it's only a 2-round differential right now.
Okay.
So instead of going the full invest, Twist has just gone for the half buy. MP9s, 5 of which armor and very light utility. I was about to say, to work back in, your first rifle round is always lacking. It's either lacking weaponry or utility. So Liquid are allowing the loss bonus to build up 2,900 into the next, but they still get a pretty good chance to contend in a round like this.
Especially you can be unpredictable. 3 MP9. Strike on Zontix, and he does get overwhelmed. Still finds the head twist, and Donk should be fine. Commits to the spray. Handles business once more on A main. If Zontix is alone there, it's a different story. Donk's in the right place again. Not ready for that was Naf, completely caught off. Chopper.
If you're Spirit there, you're not expecting that to be the type of purchase. You're definitely thinking they're going to go into a gun round, but that goes back to something I touched on in the first half. Yakinda being the tell of aggression, right? They like this move, Liquid. Yakinda is the connector player over towards B, but if they want someone to go aggressive, they're going to use him as the point man. So we'll need to keep our eyes on where he's starting out a lot of these rounds. And it felt like Spirit had a pretty good understanding that that could be the scenario. Some round Yakinda just starting over towards B in his traditional position alongside of Naf. Twist and Ultimate over towards middle as Ultimate posts up for a pick.
Ooh, that's a geeky lineup to try and get the con player flashed off for Donk to take some early lines towards it.
What they were looking for, just want to apply that pressure to start getting the CT to siphon through utility. So burning a smoke over towards B. So now they work on the A main control, but with 2.
Just want to highlight how passive JKS is playing his A site here.
Yeah, he might get surprised real quick. This is so much pressure that he is unaware of.
He's thrown out a flash.
This isn't a commit. They're just searching still. Look at the bomb. It's down towards T-spawn. So right now, this is just pressure.
Pressure definitely amplified with the miss of the main smoke. They're going to feel like it's a vulnerability, and Zontix is going to try and pop gap on that. Bides his time, tries to swing out. Zontix wise to reposition. Yakinda spots his toes. Chopper exposed.
That's the bomb over towards Rugs.
Okay, info flows. Magic's trying to get in towards A main. They are committing to this, but JKS still working that heaven smoke. Twist as well. Liquid, multiple kills through the smoke wall. Magic's Shiro forced into an uncomfortable 2 versus 5. They're in the site, but they still can't find a fight. A favorable one at that. Does win out onto Twists. Shiro hoping for an overextension. Does jump mantle up, but JKS finds the headshot. Magix is in trouble. He's boxed in. Yakinda's got his exit covered. Gets it done eventually.
A little bit skittish there for a second from Yakinda, but does confirm the kill. And I think Twist leering forward like that could be questioned if things started to go a little bit more wrong, but they didn't have all the information because of the smokes. Most of those kills were coming in through the smokes. They didn't have the full puzzle piece together, even with the Yakinda aggression, because there could have been answers necessary over towards B main. They did a good job being able to chip away, but a freebie for Yakinda there as he walked through Con, that one really starts to soften things up.
Can't help but feel as well like that gap in the smoke, it kind of lulled them into A. It wasn't necessarily the game plan. You highlighted the bomb's positioning.
I think they definitely want to try and search and harass JKS based off of timings and prep, but the finish, it was like, oh, okay, hold up, it's a little bit easier than we expected. Let's go.
Well,
and here's that Yakinda aggression I was talking about. Starting over towards A main, they set him up for a fight. Doesn't see anything. Now he's going to rotate back. Actually, JKS has gone towards B. They've left Yakinda at A. It's a different flavor.
Yeah, nothing to report from Ultimate on his mid-break. Yakinda deploys a rather shallow A main smoke, so you'd be placed to walk through that one. Starting to prepare for a test of Naf on B. He's got a lot of responsibilities here, Chad. Passive stance here from Liquid. Naf anticipating this.
They're quicker than they expect.
They're already up. Naf, back turn. Donk should have it. Does. Quick reactions. His 21st contribution, and it's enough to get the bomb down on B. Ultimate, this is a ballsy move for an AWPer to make if you're really brave enough. Second guesses himself.
They'd risked too much by going for this. As much as he probably wants to drop in and go crazy, I think he was called off before that.
Yeah,
and
more than capable, but...
They just put that together a little bit too late, Liquid. The idea was to smoke off B main and then be able to focus fire from a little bit more of an uncleared angle, right? We see some teams starting to opt for B main smokes late when they're coming in through that comp position, isolate them in that choke point. But they were 1 or 2 steps ahead of what Liquid were ready for. So Naf getting caught off guard. And to point this out, because it is a feature of the new Liquid, Twist's having some struggles individually. 4 and 12. This is his first major as an in-game leader. His first time calling the shots. And we know having to do the extra calculations is going to have a bit of an impact on your game. But the idea was, hey, have a player hungry, driven, and tenured.
Yeah.
Take over this role. He wants to get involved in that and be able to deliver impact performances. He plays key positions on this map, taking mid control on the T side, holding mid on the CT side.
But you can attest, Chad, as someone who has competed at majors, as an in-game leader, that when it becomes the trying times of a big game, your eyes aren't on your crosshair as much as they used to be.
There's a lot on the macro, and this has felt more like a chess game, especially when we go back to the details of the pressure they wanted to apply to mid and then the rotations or setups they wanted to force late. On the CT side, however, is where he can start doing his best, right? Because he gets to focus on his crosshair more, as opposed to the bigger picture macro.
People know what they have to do.
Yes,
the rip.
And the reactions should be a little bit quicker, whereas kills, openings, etc., he has to call the mid rounds on the T side. Right now, everybody should know the protocols of how to react. Liquid have to bounce back with this round, or Team Spirit are going to run away with this map.
Yeah, this is a very big round for Liquid and their major campaign. After not even making Copenhagen, making it to the playoffs here in Shanghai. Certainly a feather in Twist cap, but they want more.
Oh, definitely. One of the things in question for Team Liquid is their run. You can only play who's in front of you, but they haven't beaten the biggest names to get to this stage. Spirit would be the largest scalp.
Need a big knife to skin a dragon. Chopper could be walking into the crosshairs shortly as they look to join him. Donk and Shiro partner up as they look to test Twist on his mid-hold. This is his opportunity. Oh, Shy! Crosshair, slow. Chopper, the in-game leader, head-to-head. He wins it out. JKS to be tested once more. Good angle for it. Can't transfer. It's Donk.
Needs to be a save. They needed more there.
That's the punish. Beautifully structured round. It's simple from Spirit.
Exactly the same scenarios as what we saw taking place within the first half. Right, your mid defender or your A defender getting isolated. They were hedging 3 players towards B Liquid. If I'm Team Spirit, I'd probably send out a few feelers to hunt right now. You could give away 1 or 2 guns looking for this. If you take away the AWP or any rifles, you're removing threats going into future rounds. Loss bonus going into the next will keep Liquid in buy potential.
see JKS's apprehension as well. He knows that there's a donk behind a chopper.
Right, and you've got some big issues because at that point you're pinched, right? You can fight for as long. They can just wait. You're not in a great position. You're going to get your support is literally miles away. You don't have any support.
Yeah, it's get a multi-kill or bust. The latter, as an 11th comes through, we highlighted the importance. Liquid, this is their map pick on this quarterfinal stage. They've probably already played this map multiple times in their head at night, thinking and anticipating of this head-to-head, of this clash in pursuit of a semi-final. Perhaps not visualizing this kind of scoreline.
And this is where Team Spirit get to do things more as a team, right, on this T-half with how they maneuver. The same can't be said for the first. It was individuals popping off in massive moments. That's what Liquid need to find now. That same explosive nature from this CT hold.
Ultimate is a playmaker. We learned that in the second round of this game. Shiro ready to posture for a big play. Yakinda goes looking, and all he finds is trouble and strife. Shiro Zorp opens up Spirit for 12.
Liquid have to fight for this round, even if they're outmaneuvered. I feel that they have to go in and give it an attempt. We don't even have a finish yet, but I'm already thinking about the end.
Ooh, now Shiro, after being flashed into the line, can post up. Ultimate has to acknowledge that possibility. In Shiro's round, Shiro's time to shine.
And
double
next
swing.
aggression.
Oh, perfect! Perfect timing from Naf.
But they go in for one, too. Just go away.
The Molotov, you're right, it's wide open. Oh, God, you can't even retake this. You might have to give it a look in.
I feel you have to.
You're not just going to roll over and give them 12.
The loss bonus is there for them, but if you don't contend for any rounds, that's what Spirit did in the first half. They fought for rounds. Maybe they felt like they had a bigger buffer because they knew the second half was coming, so they could take a few more chances. But if Liquid save, that's 12 for Team Spirit, just one round away from snatching this map. And it's been a blowout in the second half. Only one round for the CCs to boast, and they are going for the save option. Max loss bonus into the next. Ultimate's going to have more than enough for an AWP. Naf can drop Yakinda. Maybe they're thinking bigger picture. Hey, if we do win the next round and hold on, maybe only one of us stays alive. So the long game, now the consideration for Team Liquid, because Team Spirit have secured overtime as a minimum. Desk also pointing out the way that Shiro finds his openings on the T side. Right? You make them feel squirmish, they have to play for information, and he gets 2 kills where they step out into the AWP, holding the angle. He's not forcing those fights. Those fights are being forced by the ambiguity in Team Liquid's mind. Last tactical timeout. Last opportunity for Mytha to give hopefully a bit of a rousing speech. Naf brings out the second AWP.
And a round like that from Shiro is only going to kind of sow seeds of doubt when you want to go. You need to go for that sort of information play. Is he really still there? Can force you into a bit of a box.
Right now, I feel you could call absolutely anything if you were Team Spirit, right? You could just say more direct. You could just go for a bit of a set piece out the gates. So, bonus and saves that Liquid will be full bought. They know that they're going to have everything that they would desire. The double or potentially the only thing that they could be overlooking. But this one really gotten away from Liquid. That first half, huge impact moments from Spirit, setting themselves up nicely to close this one down and then move on to their home turf of Dust 2 coming up next.
Double off the change-up. Yakinda trying to keep his eyes in the sky for any early util. Warning signs of something pacey. Holding onto his util here, Twist. Restrained. Times it well. Chopper was starting his advance.
Oh, ouch. Well-placed nade, but it'll be completely unconfirmed damage. Onto the AWP. You could argue the one it matters the absolute least for. Right now, Liquid battening down the hatches for an A finish, having 3 players trying to lock down this side of the map. But playing for info, Twist and JKS pushing towards baskets alongside of the AWP of Ultimate.
Mid is the gap, and mid is where Chopper is patrolling.
This is a tough fight for JKS. Zontix is very good at this.
Yeah, he's active on this. JKS and Twist. About to clash with Zontix on his sweep. And there's the barrel. Cleanly converted. Zontix removes JKS, and Ultimate's AWP now spotted. That might change the game plan. Bomb is not committed. And they flash, they actually get him across. Now temple flank is a scary possibility. Tzap-Tzarap is going to be here just in time. Not ready for that is Donk. Important find from Naflight. Now Magic's given the green light to go looking. Shiro is flanking. Naf, he may not be ready. The back of the head, he still pulls the trigger onto one. Yakinda, he's about to be Molotov. Peeking over the flames, impossible. Force back, smoke on top.
They're all locked out because of the aggression. Look, Liquid are all going to play through either B main or connector. No, all connector.
You're smoked.
Yakinda can break this, but they should wait it out. Running through this would be crazy, and the communication. Look, Twist is going all the way around the world. This is going to be so late.
This is going to be the latest retake. And with so much at stake, this is your map pick in this quarterfinal. And Spirit, that clock is ticking to their conversion. Despite the man advantage, Shiro and Zontix are set for success. Twist, very late on this. Shiro, not ready for it, not ready for it, and they do connect. A ballsy call from Twist, but it pays off.
All right, well, time to spare on that defuse, no doubt about it, but it felt like it was going to get sweaty. Shiro not hearing those footsteps could be an issue of the stage environment.
Comms as well.
Yep.
You know, I'm going to do this, you do that, be ready for this. Okay, well now everyone's burned their timeouts. It's Spirit's turn, it's Hallie on the mic.
Stage environment.
Comms as well.
Yep.
You know, I'm going to do this, you do that, be ready for this. Okay, well now everyone's burned their timeouts. It's Spirit's turn, it's Hallie on the mic trying to... Okay, well now everyone's burned their timeouts. It's Spirit's turn, it's Hallie on the mic trying to wrestle back for a quick and easy finish. I think Naf's frag onto Donk is so
No,
influential.
it's the one onto Magix.
Yeah, true.
Magix has no reason to be playing first. Unless he was mollied in that position and we didn't catch it.
If Shiro's saying, I've got one,
yeah,
I've got one.
so he could have been mollied out of that position. Not sure, right? I don't want to be throwing him under the bus right there, but that death is the one that you feel, okay, if the flank's coming, let the flank play. Mahali does not want to allow any opportunity of a comeback. Knows this will be a full buy. Into the next, we'll have a discussion about the money. You've got some players on a high end of 6.3 Shiro, Zontix 5.4, so they can get buys out, drops, saves. That's a conversation for if we go another round. But Liquid, they like the way that double AWP felt. Naf's impact and ultimate, both of them finding kills. But now, that is noted. Team Spirit know what they're up against. How do they adjust?
Well, already you can see a deviation from the norm. Bomb leans A-side on the back of Shiro and Zontix. He's already considering some A-util. Look at this. Okay, so there is going to be mid-util thrown by Shiro, but it'll all be smoke and mirrors, or rather, flames and mirrors. Some deception all the same.
Oh, that's a missed smoke right there. They're not going to be able to get the space that they're looking for.
How does JKS react to this? Oh, a well-placed nade by Zontix on half health. Seems like the game plan's been scrapped. At least for a moment. Twist confirms mid's quiet.
Yeah, and those steps potentially audible to Shiro's position, so making no secret of their mid-aggression as now they set up to hit this A site once again. Ultimate rotating in. It's going to be how out of position is he when the util lands. Here it comes.
JKS ultimate. This is their test. They need to find a frag each. Good flash at the aggression from JKS. Down off the one is Donk. Zontix is the one to put the cherry on top.
Spotted.
There's overlooking it. No scope provided.
3v3.
Combat AWPing from Ultimate. Now Shiro into the site task with the plant. They're in the smoke, and he pulls the trigger. Finding Magix is crazy. 2 no scopes. Now Tzap-Tzarap is searching. Shiro could overlook this. He does, and Naf pulls the trigger. AWPs filling the feed. Scope and no scope, but it's all the AWPs. Masterful from Ultimate. When his team called upon him to frag, he has done so. We will see another round of play.
Just holding on there, aren't they?
By
Twist
the
and
fingertip,
JKS.
by the fingernails.
They get knocked down on the way in, fell out of position on that execute. This is beautiful work, yeah. Just he's trying to walk through the smoke. I'm stopping on something. Magix goes down. It's these 2 AWPs, a real nuisance. Now the bomb got planted. There was residual cash on 2 players, so AKs have been dropped across. A MAC-10 in the hands of Magix. Gonna need this one as well, Team Liquid, to break the finances, and then overtime seems like a possibility.
Yeah, all it takes is one slip up, though. That is a well-placed nade. 50 damage once more, and onto Donk.
That's 3 consecutive rounds. One towards T-stairs, over towards baskets, and here comes another one.
Zontix is a little further forward, though. No one home. Gifted that double HE, and he's put it to good use onto Donk.
But again, they're just slipping in to harass JKS. He looks out of position as they want to go for this mid-control again. There's a lot of comms there, so are they playing retake? That's the question.
Seems they're going to realize very quickly.
They're already in.
Sails through. They've given up the A side. This is going to be a retake for Liquid. JKS fighting to throw out his smoke, at least sow some seeds of doubt, gives them a way to get out of camp. Good HE, puts on ultimate low, on notice. JKS around the edge of this smoke. Ultimate getting tagged up by the spam. Zon's going to clear him, he's a dead orc. Quick trade, Twist provides. Liquid trying to fight back in. Shiro peppers through the smoke, and that's a big find. Naf still on B, catches Chopper's lurk. It's still all going down, but a late retake required once more from Liquid. Donk with only 25 points of health. It will fall to Magix. He wants a rifle to do this. He knows how important it is to have that instant headshot. Equips it now. Time sensitive. Liquid taking their sweet time. Look at the bomb. They have to hit these shots in unison. It has to happen now. And Donk and Magix deny. Liquid, it's slipping through their fingers. Anubis is Spirits. Liquid's pick. And they can't convert. Shanghai 1-0 Spirit.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
In my pro career, the person who truly inspired me to pursue the dream of becoming a professional player is my dad.
I guess Zipnix, like when he was clutching and everything, I used to look up to him a lot.
JT and I have been playing for like 5 years now, so we're kind of learning together for the majority of our careers. I'd say Johnny for sure.
One was Device, because I felt like he's playing really smart and he has a good mixture between like playing aggressive, playing passive, and playing for sure like simple to get like in touch with the more aggressive, more loose style. So I always wanted to have like a style of both.
I think everyone's idol was Coldzera.
And since I started playing CSGO and I started watching the tournaments, it was like when Luminosity were at their best. How Fallen plays, and I watched all his videos. So I think he's a big inspiration for me. I think like since then I've been a big fan of him.
I always liked clutching, and I was like often in those positions. So I try to get inspired from like his play style and how he was thinking the game.
So of course I watched the best support like Simple, Zaiwu, and Device, but I think one that taught me a lot was Shiro.
I mean, first of all, I started playing in his kind of PC club. I was a kid, I was a teenager, I was going out having fun, and then he was always pushing me into playing. They were driving me to events and everything. Once I got the good offer, I declined, and he was like, now you have to commit to it, and that's how it all started.
Well, basically, we've spent the last 5 years of our lives just grinding this game out. We lived in gaming houses in Texas and in California, and just traveling the world together, just living the game. So, just between him and I, it's like we've been grinding this game for basically our whole careers.
When I sometimes lose a tournament, even a big one, he's always like, I mean, it's fine, like we know where we came from. We know how it is and everything. So, I mean, the parents are always going to be proud of you no matter what you do in your life, unless you do bad things, of course. But they're always going to try to be there for you.
Yes, so you saw in the break there, professional players talking about the importance of teammates. Turns out Team Liquid could use one or two of those right now. Losing their map pick of Anubis, we did say it wouldn't be a total disaster, but kind of feels like one at the moment.
Yeah, unfortunately, it felt like the opportunities, plenty of them on Anubis, just couldn't really finish Spirit off. I mean, they couldn't deliver the kill shot, and props to Spirit for showing some risk, really, and being able to sort of close it out themselves in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because obviously Liquid came in the heavy favorite. They've had such a strong Anubis. It has been the one map they have been able to rely upon throughout the course of the year. Meanwhile, Spirit had a hot start to the year on this map, but have been kind of shaky lately. And things kind of played out at the start the way we expected. Liquid was able to kind of exploit mid and A, some of the weak points of the Spirit defense. They were able to use that to roll into a 6-3 lead. So very good start to the T side, exactly what they were wanting. But then they tried to pivot, hoping that they had conditioned their opponent to watch out for mid and A. They started going for some like mid to late round B execs. They could just never get those off the ground.
Yeah, it was the stubbornness of Team Spirit that I think surprised Liquid in the end, right? Like you felt, okay, surely now they'll focus more on mid, they'll focus more on A, right? In some of these mid-round situations, and they didn't for the most part, right? Like, I mean, they were sort of trying to play 4D chess, expecting Liquid, you know, to do exactly that, and it worked out, coupled with a couple of great individual rounds from Donk and Zontix as well. That just gave enough of a buffer for Team Spirit moving on into the second half, where they could, you know, after an ace from Donk in the pistol round, really just keep riding with that momentum.
Yeah, and I suppose, look, we're just going to have to do it again, guys. We're going to have to talk about Donk. I know it's like probably boring at this point, but I mean, what an
really
incredible
crazy
game.
It's crazy, Richard, because Liquid did an incredible job of minimizing his impact.
Yes.
But the one or two times they went, you know, to his side, he had an ace in one round and a round-winning 3K in the other round. Like, that's it. That's just how good he is. Like, all these other rounds, he didn't do anything. He had zero impact. He had 10 out of the 12 rounds. He wasn't really required to do much of anything, but he did deliver 2 rounds to Team Spirit, and those were at a sort of a crucial crossroads in the half, but it seemed like Liquid could run away with the game.
And that's just the power of MR12, right? It really does reward those back-breaking rounds in a way that MR15 doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's a situation where things were close going in the second half, and again, they slotted Donk into more of a trade fragging position as opposed to he has to go in first. And there were times where he was able to trade off of that. Or hell, there were times that Chopper got clean entries at middle, like just things you wouldn't have expected to happen. They've been able to accomplish, and it was just kind of crazy to see a team like Liquid, who normally has such a dynamic and successful defense, not really be able to have any answers for what Spirit were throwing at them. What they were throwing at them was nothing special. I mean, it was a similar game plan to what they have played on Anubis the entire year long, but for whatever reason, Liquid couldn't win the key duels that needed to happen. They couldn't adjust properly.
And as I alluded to in the intro, obviously kind of one to forget for Twist. I'm sure he's going to be feeling not too great about his personal level of performance. Obviously does get insulated from a little bit of that now as an IGL. He is taking on, you know, these extra responsibilities, but I think the problem you've got is when you know that Twist is one of the best riflers in NA, usually pre-IGL, to see him like this, it's always a bad feeling.
I think there was definitely a couple of rounds in which he could have done more. You know, the one on middle in the second half sort of comes to mind, right? But I don't think it was the main reason why Liquid faltered. I mean, this is the one that's a little bit more damning for him. They're in a 4v3. Look how much time has passed on the clock, and they just go back to B. This is what we're talking about. Spirit is going for a 3B stack, but this is not the problem. It's like, with this much time, send a scout towards A. Have someone flank middle, like try to get some more information. You're sort of just blindly going into this B bomb site. You can see how the time is ticking away, and this is where Dong steps up. He already has 1 kill. Here's 2 more, and this is going to be the ace for Donk on 1 saved gun and an eco for Team Spirit, right? Like, this is one of those rounds where Liquid has control of the half, like they are in the driver's seat and they let it slip, but by what was really not a great way to handle a 4v3 with how much time was left on the clock.
We had another round we wanted to take a look at, which is round 10. Who wants to take this?
Yeah, I'll do it as well, because this is the second opportunity for Liquid to take control of the half. Up 6-3 after that, you know, 5v5 late in the round. They go towards B. Again, Spirit is there in numbers, so it's a 2v2, right? And it's Naf and JKS. 2 guys you sort of want to be in this position, and now Zotics in a 1v2. I mean, first kill, this second one, like you sort of expect it. They play in contact off of each other. But that's why, like, for me, it's a little bit more JKS than Twists. I mean, he had a couple of opportunities like this in some of these late round clutches, right, to maybe deliver a round for his team. This is Spirit tapped out with their economy, right? You win this, you're 7-3 up, anti-eco 8-3 up. Maybe, you know, worst case 8-4, 9-3 half. Instead, Spirit goes on a roll, wins all the remaining rounds, and it's 6-6. It's completely night and day because of this one clutch from Zontix.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of what is being illustrated here is that Liquid had firm control of that T side, and they were doing some great actions toward middle and A. They were diversifying and spreading the map, but then it's just like all of a sudden, for whatever reason, they thought in their heads, okay, Spirit will surely adjust. Let's go ahead and coordinate these B attacks. And while at times they were able to get the bomb down, they also got shut down multiple times. And then in a 2v1 clutch like that, those are just ones you got to close, right? To try to give yourself even more buffer going in the second half.
And I think we talked a little bit about the players from Spirit. You know, obviously Dong, the best player on the server. And we saw that. We saw Zon a little bit of what you expect from him. Also struggled in some moments. But who did we single out? Hallie and Chopper. What did we talk about? Timings. Look how Spirit wins this reset round in the second half. They're just walking in. They're trusting sort of the preparation. They're trusting the call. They're not using much utility. They just walk in, caught Naf, who's moving, sort of being in transition on the bomb site. The rest of Liquid has to save. And you can see this was round 17, right? They were up 6-1 at the start of the second half. And the more brutal thing was, like, Liquid has to save. But it was just so many rounds where no one was dying on Spirit. So even as Liquid is winning a couple of rounds, Spirit can buy basically until the end of the game, right?
Yeah.
And for Liquid, it was having to win 5 gun rounds in a row just to take it into OT. That's too tall of a task on a map like Anubis.
Yeah, especially when they're kind of relying on retake A setups, and Ultimate, you know, fished them out one with some heroics with the AWP, but after that, it just, they couldn't handle it.
So look, Spirit obviously in the driving seat now. We move over to their map. Picker does too. I know you got some thoughts on this one. We've seen Team Spirit historically. This was a map that you would just lock in for fun, a little playground for Shiro and Donk. Really plays into that passive AWPing style you highlighted. So I mean, this is a 2-0, right?
I really do think so. I mean, Spirit has been one of the best D2 teams throughout the course of the year. Obviously, Donk, a guy very dynamic on the defense. But again, this is another one of those maps where Chopper and Hallie, the Brain Trust, have now slotted Donk into more of a trade fragging role. And they've been a lot more successful because of it, in my opinion, because they get Donk more involved throughout the course of a round. They also have some beautiful B executes that are so hard to defend. And look, Liquid, they have lost their last 6 games in a row on Dust 2. They've not gotten more than 7 rounds on any of those losses, including a 13-3 loss to Spirit at the Blast Fall Finals. And you can see they're scared because they've changed up all their positions. Like defensively, they swapped Yakindar and Twist around. On the attacking, Naf and JKS around. Like, they're trying to figure something out, but nothing has gone comfortably for them. Like, even still at this tournament when they lost to Furia, they just didn't look comfortable now.
Yeah, it's the same Brain Trust from Spirit that puts Zontix and Donk on B, and then the great defense of Chopper and Magisk on the A bomb site with Shiro moving around with Yop. We'll see, you know, I think last time around the problem from Liquid Liquid was they kept getting reset all the time. They had a good economy on their T side, maybe 2 rounds out of 12, right? So obviously they'll try to handle it a little bit differently this time around. I mean, it is looking grim for them, but if the individuals step up just a little bit, right? Like if they can finish some of those rounds in those clutches, just play it a little bit better, I still think they have the opportunity. They didn't look terrible by any stretch of the imagination, you know, but you also do wonder, are they going to be able on their own T side to sort of minimize Donk's impact as much as they did on Anubis? That seems unlikely. So yeah, it will have to be probably Liquid's A game on this one if they want to take it into a third.
And I'll hit you up, Dust, as well. Let's talk about Liquid's A game. I mean, you've painted a very grim picture. Is there anything individually that might stand out that can pull them back from the brink?
Yeah, just kind of tagging off of what Yanko said, the individuals of Liquid do have to step up. So, for example, Naf is now that B attacker on defaults and on mid-B splits. He's going to have to find a way to be able to have impact against Donk, who is such a good B rotator. Zontic's a pretty good B anchor. You have to find a way to win that matchup. And then defensively, you get Kendar. He has now moved to that B rotator mid position. He has to be able to defend against Donk's aggression at middle, defend the mid to B splits that, you know, are going to be thrown his way. Point I'm trying to make is all the adjustments that Liquid have tried to make from the Blast World Finals to today to try to improve their Dust 2 must bear fruit or they are going home.
I mean, Yanko, is there a way that they can maybe play like just a different style, a looser style maybe, and just try and, you know, hit your shots one round at a time, all the cliches?
I think it was fine. I think it comes to the endings of rounds. Like their openings were fine. They were in good positions on Anubis, right? Players had their opportunities. They just couldn't really seize them, right? And sure, we talked about the one round where it was a little bit miss can happen. Your opponent sometimes will just make the correct guess. You need to be resilient and push through it. But for Twist, it's important not to dwell on it too much, or his individual performance for that matter. You know, back in the FaZe days, this was a map where he could as well wreak havoc in some of those positions.
And Dust, it's definitely possible that, you know, we highlighted Naf. I think if you can get up in the face of team spirit, like it's like you said, that whole issue with Chopper lacking confidence, you can definitely, you know, cause him to second guess himself, and maybe, you know, he might overthink things rather than just go through the motions here.
Yeah, I mean, again, Naf is going to be, I think, the biggest piece of the puzzle for me as a rifler goes, just being so responsible for a very important side of the map, B, both on attack and defense. But look, here's another thing. Go ahead and get Ultimate activated as quickly as possible with the AWP. That's another ticket for Liquid to maybe have a shot at this.
Yeah, I think it is going to be tough, more so because, you know, Donk is going to be able to do pretty much whatever he wants on this map, a more aim, duel heavy one, which, you know, he's going to feast on that. But yeah, I think for Team Liquid, even though the Dust hasn't looked great, it's a little bit different. You go into the playoffs, you had, what, 4 days to prepare for one opponent on one map. Like, you can add a couple of things and switch things around a bit, which might catch team spirit off guard, and you can have confidence in your preparation to know that we don't need to be a great Dust 2 team, we just need to be good enough to win today.
Well, also as well, locking down the CT side, right? I mean, they've got players that can do that. They've been very solid anchors in the form of NAF and JKS, and you know, if they can get a significant number of rounds, you know, it's doable. It's doable.
But the scary thing to me is going to be Twist, because he's been moved to the A rotation position on the CT side. He's going to have to be responsible for defending those cat crosses that Donk and Chopper are going to be throwing at him. He had a weaker first game, let's be honest with you, not up to the standard that we would hope for from Twist, who's touted as this fragging IGL. We didn't see a whole lot of fragging on that last map. It needs to be able to come together this time, because he just has a lot of responsibilities, again, defending that A, being one of their trade fraggers on the T side with Yakindar, and something's got to give for them to turn this Dust 2 around.
And it's a lot of it comes down to just doing the basics better, handling the fundamentals better. And Liquid is the worst team at the major in winning pistol rounds. That has to turn around. They lost both on Anubis too. They lost a 4v3 post plant in the B bomb site in the first half, right? They were lucky that Ultimate delivered them a 1v3 in the force buy to sort of get them going. Who knows what would have happened if they didn't have that early sort of economy reset against Team Spirit. So you just need to really, if you have another round where you have an advantage in the pistol round, like, just discipline, right? Like, laser focus. Don't let it slip away, because especially against a team like Spirit, that's going to give you such a big boost.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. We are ready to get back into the action in Shanghai.
The action indeed, but is it just going to be one-way action? Liquid, they've painted a bleak picture, Chad.
Yeah, having to snap a 6-map losing streak on this very map is going to be tough. to say the very least. There's a few other conditions, pistol, which we're about to get into, the finishers of rounds, and the individuals. It's like that meme from Reddit at this point. Hope the comms are good, as we are going to have Team Spirit late mid-smoke. Twist is going to look to block this. Bomb down T-spawn, 3 in upper tunnels, Yakinda. Aggressive piece. I think notes the position of Zontix, but he's going to get swept back, and that's a big shot from Shiro.
That's why you give him that P250. He's got that
clinical
precision.
on this map.
Best.
There's 3 still available to defend B, but the bomb, a long rotation back. Util being juggled. Just hitting the brakes. Team Spirit in absolutely no rush. Just for the doors, a molly for the back plat, and a flash.
But first, some steps heard by Ultimate towards the door side.
Maybe it isn't the B finish. Yep.
Oh, what a shot from Donk. That's long range. Still finds the headshot onto Ultimate. JKS has to activate to find some answers, but now Naf and Twist are about to have 5 members of Spirit crunch them. An opportunity nonetheless. Can Twist find his individual form? Now he can! It's just the one onto Zontix, but now maybe Naf gets overlooked. He only delivers the one. The trades from Spirit are perfect. And JKS, he's been audible on his arrival towards the tunnels. Just needs to hit some headshots here.
Playing with him.
Magic's spraying the wall, lets him know, rotting the clock. Now that Molotov is put to use. The dog comes running through it! The rubber on his boots is melting, but he charges in to ensure that one.
That's a problem, because that's a sign of confidence right now that Team Spirit are looking to run with, the momentum.
The spray on the wall to let you know I'm here, and then the push through the flame.
JKS left in a 1v3. He knows Donk likely out mid doors. He's noisy, noted, gets toyed with. There's a molly left over. There's no way you get back into that round. So another pistol falls into the hands of Team Spirit.
Oh, they are dialed in.
Oh, just wanted to see them get out of the AWP early. Now, they force sport. Now, they wouldn't have been able to get it next round anyway.
Sure.
Might be a late onset AWP for Ultimate as Team Spirit flash their way out long. Full control to be taken by Donk and Magix. And they're even boosting Donk up for a potential re-aggress. Multiple forms of elevation to deal with. You can forward in mid, has information, but I feel that was already given over with all the util that Spirit dumped to get out.
A new CT response, a smoke.
That one's not perfect, though. There's a gap.
Yeah, this looked like they were investigating it. Woof. JKS.
He saw bomb?
White screen. I'm not sure. They will have seen it on the map.
Radar, yep. That smoke's not perfect either.
Good positioning from Spirit. They're getting themselves across. Unscathed. 5v5 as they already take to the ramp. Bomb on the back of Magix. Now, perhaps some friction fell. The 5-7 from Twist and Ultimate are finding headshots, and JKS has found another. Zontix and Donk partner up. A 2 versus 4 quickly becomes a 2 versus 2. But just with pistols, Desert Eagle for Nav. A re-smoke. Donk has to be tasked with that plant and will get it down, albeit after a fake. Buys time for a bit of a reposition here.
He just wants to be diligent, but the Chaos is dealt with for now. This is tough because there's no kit available for this Liquid retake. Now for the Deagle at range.
It's a good weapon for this fight. Oh, he can't track him. Zontix static for a moment with the Mac-10, but still bests Nav.
Feels impossible for Twist.
It definitely does. 2 versus 4 for Spirit and their second round conversion. Crossfire is perfect. 180 degrees to clear, and your back is exposed. Zontix with Donk as well. That second round looked comfortable, despite the number discrepancy.
Yeah, well handled. I think the moment where it got a little bit out of control, they had the 4v2 number advantage, and then 2 players just kind of got picked apart quickly. So Liquid, you fought hard to give yourself a fighting chance. But when you got Zontix and Donk alive, look, this is their rookie year. Last year, Art Frost was in the roster. They were starting to, all the conversation about, oh, this guy is owning the pugs. He's on Spirit's main team. It's really in 2024, and obviously Katowice. Shiro comes into the roster. Donk happens. Looks like he's back in that form to get the bookends of the year.
Started the year in incredible and impeccable form, and looking to end it the same. Just on the warpath up short.
And in the conversation for best player of the world alongside Amonisi and Zywoo.
I'm sure a major performance matching his output. Put him in a strong contender position to take it.
This is his second major ever.
How crazy.
And that's the same for Zontix. Two of them getting the call up from the academy.
And ultimate for Liquid, his first. Then, just like that to Donk.
Yeah, this one should just be putting it in for Team Spirit. Easy cross, rifles at range, nice little short execute, just the pistols. Apparently 5.7s are the weapons of choice as JKS will be dealt with by Zontix.
Nice little gap for Zontix, like a little peeky hole. Pistols getting nothing done for Liquid. Mac 10 farms up one there, Shiro. Removing twists.
They made it to the quarterfinals last time round, Spirit. That was over in Copenhagen. Looking to take it a step further, and we know who their opponent will be. Mao's dealing with Mongols earlier. Thing ahead of myself, but this is, a lot of would argue, their map to lose. Their map choice, the loss streak from Liquid. Yanko highlighting, there's plenty of time for these guys to prep for this pick, right? We had 4 days off.
You highlighted the, what was it, 6?
No, he's going to knife him. Do you knife in an arena? No.
No, you do not, says Chopper.
Not going to take any chances against NAF. A decorated year.
100 more? He's good.
A decorated year for Spirit as well. Obviously, the Kato victory. Oh, okay. Well, got it in the end. Spring finals in London. On Dacha Season 2. So they've got trophies in the cabinet. AWP in the hands of Ultimate. Same to be said for Shiro on the other side of the server. Liquid need to strike, and early. Spirit, the more rounds that they just slather on, especially after how they finished the last half, the last map, feel like they'll just get powered up and run with that momentum. Worried about a lower tunnels push is Magic's. Only in the hand to clear that out. Flashes are plenty, and Ultimate could be in trouble. Barrel will be spotted.
Oh, we've seen ya. Donk knows. Donk misses his first one tap, and Ultimate allowed to get away. Reposition that AWP.
Look how light the util is. Sure, there's smokes left, but no flashes for repeaks or clears from Liquid. A couple of incendiaries. Still a minute 20 left on the clock. It's going to have to come down to the bullets, and that was one of the missing from some of the Liquid individuals in the previous map.
Well, the pressure's been felt by the A defense. Liquid pivot to anticipate something more mid-centric.
And it's kind of what they did on Anubis as well. They really wanted to fight Chopper on his mid-leers, and that took a lot of players away from the A bomb site, catching them off guard. So right now, they are playing full retake on the A side of the map, just going for this mid-fight. They have 4 players to deal with this. They really want to try and catch a straggler.
Yeah, and Chopper's going to be dropping util on A. I think they know what's up. It seems they do. Catches Magic. Shiro spotted. Damage inflicted. Twists. Good find. Just incendiary, and Chopper's actually dropped out a short to find Ultimate, so removing the AWP is massive. Albeit very low HP for 2 of the 3.
JKS is in the key position to win the round. He needs to just chill.
He's got their rotation back. If they try and get up short, their back will be turned, and JKS can strike. Removes Zontix.
15.
Potency fades from Spirit despite Chopper's best efforts. Shots are being hit. Regardless, though, it is a Liquid round, and they'll take it by any means necessary. Double AWP as well preserved.
Yeah, okay, one's going to be in the hands of Ultimate for sure. I think Naf, we saw him wielding it on Anubis. We'll see if he wants to operate with it over towards B as well. That could have been in the late chaos of the round. So is double AWP actually part of the game plan, or has this just come together late because of how close this got? Took a lot of casualties, did Team Liquid. Great little maneuver there from Chopper. Understanding the gap, Twist and Ultimate both showing up on the scoreboard, knowing he could deal with that space. JKS only with 1, but it was the winning kill.
Yeah, important.
Yakinda secondary AWPing, not Naf.
Yeah, okay, a hyper-aggressive stance, and they want to just punish.
Coming in.
But takes down Chopper. Naf's not looking. Naf's not ready. Goes down to Shiro. Back of the bomb site. It's open. Yakinda, he's delayed them with a flashbang, but that's just so they can get their util down. Window, molly, door, smoked, break of it. No one's exposed. And now you're either, oh my God, double Molotov.
They still have 2 more smokes as well. They can replenish doors.
How do you get back in?
I don't know if you do.
Oh my goodness! A ridiculous wallbang headshot. Yakinda's got the lineups. How's he done that? That might incite them to go for this. But strafing in, Donk on the AWP now, removes Ultimate.
They're backing off.
Despite all of that, it's such a nasty bomb site to retake the replenishment of the util as you highlighted. It's just not worth it for them.
Was that a flash from Naf to try and mantle up? Or was it a smoke? sure we'll catch it in the replay, but yeah, just getting caught, trying to get a more forward stance on that platform. And then his death essentially gives over the bomb site. So Naf getting caught in transition. Donk won't get to stay alive, but they win the round. They save the AWP, and it'll be all good in the hood. There could be 2 drops going into the next. Maybe, just maybe, we see a MAC-10 or a Galil.
This one again. Madness. And did have them looking.
The only highlight of the round, really, for Liquid. 4-1, 3-round difference. Hey, this is going to get away from you real quick.
This is when you know Spirit's Dust 2 is working perfectly, when they can get away with these B calls.
And that's even after they give away the opening death in middle.
Yeah, Naf was just so unprepared for that, and understandably so. 5 players all of a sudden just go. Right, it's time. He will try and get catwalk info. Break. Spots one progressing and has to try and track and time with the smoke. Doesn't pull the trigger successfully, at least not the first time.
That's Donk dead.
Donk down, that's a big scout posted. Ultimate delivers with the AWP. Now it's up to his teammates to deal with Chopper, just waltzing into the A site with a MAC-10. More of a warning shot than anything, but he gets away with his life.
So mid to B seems scary.
Audible. Weekender knows. Weekender spams away, gotta be careful.
He doesn't know. They wouldn't be reloading like that if they were that close.
Twist acknowledges the gap, so they have that 2-man B defense and Twist in support. Smoke will arrive. Twist has to choose a reaction to this. JKS getting pushy on the long door side.
This is twice now we've seen him just be liberated in this position. Normally it's one of the toughest places to push on this whole map, so JKS taking space.
They know what's up. It's a question of if they can handle it, though. Is the exec perfect? Wow, that's a well-placed nade. Chopper softened up. Takes the fire. Yakinda trying to draw them into the site, trying to have them commit. He does well, but he's burning, burning. Nades arrive, as do the bullets of Magix. Now Naf drawing attention. Twist unable to provide support. The util's too good. Spirit break through B once more. Helpless. You knew what was coming.
Another B post plant. Kits available. Util being donated.
Yeah, he's got one.
You kind of want Ultimate sending the rifles in, but here they go.
Sontix has vision, doesn't even choose to engage. Now he does. Ultimate will punish. Quick one on the scope. Behind the smoke is Shiro. Need Magix to do something. Shiro gives it up.
Might just save.
Waves the white flag, says you can have the Liquid, you've earned it. Retake util, high pressure situation. They get it done. That's important.
I think that's a good sign to see Liquid go for that retake. And I know a lot of people are probably going to sit there and go, well, it's a 3v3, why wouldn't they? But this is the B-bomb side, this is Dust 2. And if you look at Anubis on their CT side, when they were in situations, they would just save.
Yeah.
So to battle back into that, you have to turn to Naf. He got isolated, he couldn't get any support, there was no chaos, they couldn't rain in flashes, have Twist push through window. So they were fortunate to pick that one up, Team Liquid. Hallie gets on the mic, first tactical timeout called. Finances is the conversation. We saved an AWP. Shiro can drop an AK. That means everybody else will be operating with a little bit less. Maybe Galil's in the mix. It still could justify buy territory. Yeah, it's coming together. So, AK, it's not all in. Donk's left with residual, Shiro as well. So they've gone, hey, these are the tip of our spear. Let's enable these two. Let's get them to get us a kill, and we can pick up a rifle. There's still a way into this round.
Perhaps more threatening than Liquid anticipate. Now, boosting the AWP for this sight line. Can't spot yet.
But they know it's going to be cleared. Look.
Oh, the break's coming. And here it comes. Ultimate just revealed and destroyed by Shiro.
Beautiful work.
What a play, what a setup. Facilitating an opening kill. There's an enemy AWP. A jump scare for Ultimate.
So much pressure on this A defense now because the AWP is over towards B. Normally you just have the mid-long or car. Well, now Yakinda's marooned on the other side of the map. And if you give up A site, Liquid, Shiro's going to be able to post up.
This is so well called, so well structured. There is absolutely no one here to resist. They've read them like a book.
I think,
what do you do?
I think you save. I think you... Look, no, they haven't left B. Yakinda's still back a platform. They're saving. That is insane. Just one kill, the break of the smoke. That's the prep work right there. They knew exactly what Liquid were going to run with to try and enable Ultimate for a fight. He gets sat on his ass, and now Liquid is saving.
So smart.
Just one kill. The hero AK didn't even need to be necessary on Donk whatsoever.
Okay, it doesn't work. He's not there. No worries. We got to buy next round. But you've managed to make that one threatening.
Oh, they were hunting.
I mean, with your pistols, why not?
Two Glocks, some dual Berettas, and now we're picked up. Look at the smile on Chopper's face there.
He's got to be happy with that one. He even leaves with the M4 like, oh, I'll take that.
And Hallie just took the timeout. So you have to credit him, right? We don't know what's going on in the communication whatsoever, but the coach took a timeout. You had a saved AWP. You got an AK dropped over towards Donk. You go immediately into that boost. They clear the smoke. You get the kill. You win the round. Thank you very much, Hallie.
Absolutely poetry in motion. What a brilliant way to manufacture a 5th T round. Their haul is growing. Liquid hope waning.
It's not just the hammer, right? There's actually some nuance to it. That's what you like to see. 4-man A start, Liquid throwing in aggression.
Early long flashes, just a barrage of them for JKS to stomach, but he still stands vigilant. Oh, eats that one, eats that one! And Donk puts some hot lead on top. JKS down, a 4v5, but this time Liquid will fight for it.
Yeah, it feels like this one's going one way and one way fast.
Spirits does too. Sure, there's brute force.
Liquid's does too.
Yeah.
Looking for a 7th loss in a row.
And for their major hopes and dreams, Magic's just contact, walks up the ramp. Ultimate not looking like they're ready for this whatsoever. Lovely from Magic's. Finds the double into the site. There is nothing here for Liquid.
And the late lurk. Zontix is being a real nuisance. You will not be saving anything. We have both of the bomb sites.
Chopper gets information for Zontix on that lurk.
They lose everything.
Yep. It's coming. Zontix delivers. Twists, can't quite believe it. He's still on B.
It's a thing of beauty to watch right now. This is the Spirit you want to see. Spirit have been wavering a little bit. It's looked a little bit wobbly. Some of their T sides, especially when they kicked off for the elimination stage. They lost to Furia on this very map. Sitting there going, hold up a second. What happened to Spirit?
That was a very bizarre game. We had the opportunity to provide the commentary for that one. Felt like it was a masterclass from Furia and Spirit looking very readable. Not for Liquid, not right now.
JK's getting caught late there by the second barrage of flashes, just in no man's land. See how wide his screen was. Then Magic's, he deals the knockout blow. Zontix makes sure that you won't be carrying anything into the next. And you're just being thrown around the server. Sure, it's only a 4-round gap, but it feels like much more.
Oh, it feels insurmountable. And attack pause signifies Liquid feeling the same. Chance for Mytha to get on the microphone. Now elapsed. Those 30 seconds, I bet they fly by.
Especially when it feels helpless.
Yeah, that's the word.
You've done the hard work to break Spirit with that 3v3B retake. You knew exactly what Shiro held onto. You were just playing, quote-unquote, your game, breaking the smoke, looking for fights, and you were the ones who got punished for it. Enough with the M4, aggressive out cap. Has a bit of runway.
Spotted. Yeah, there is a little bit of an opportunity, but Chopper will address this. Chopper not ready for it, swapped out to his Molotov, wrong timing. Oh, and good flash as well. Magic's noted, Shiro's position as well as he brings down Twist. So they have a good idea as where 2 of the 4 are.
The bomb is the issue right now, but Liquid have given it up. So they've taken the B bomb site.
Interesting round, very interesting state of play. Yakinda, Donk. Donk made a step, Yakinda's aware, but Donk, ooh, he takes a lot of damage. Yakinda did manage to put his crosshair in the right place.
But now you assume it's going to be B. They can just leave B.
Oh, Donk got the low HP, so he is going to be the probe. And more than that, more death and destruction in the wake of Donk finds ultimate. No one else home, he says. Magic's even catching the search, and JKS has done well to get his crosshair onto the head of Magic's. The B site is lost. The bomb makes its way through.
I'm not taking any chances. Bogdan's Law. As we can see, the round is pretty much done. JKS and Naf on the wrong side of the map. They're going to be noisy and trundle through T-spawn. Zontix, however, always present.
He walked at the perfect time. They have a very good idea that he's going to be lingering around here somewhere. The pantomime. in Shanghai.
Yeah, look, exit kills, sure. Discuss damage to finances, but you need to win some. Right now, residual cash, not through the roof, but getting there. Yeah, don't worry about the bomb going off.
He lives with 12 HP, safe. He preserves the AWP.
And 8-2 for him right now. It's not just the donk show right now where Liquid are struggling all across the map. They're not delivering the back and forth entertainment that I think everybody was hoping for in this series.
Well, it's not. Half is not done yet, Chad. An AWP for ultimate, and it has to be now. HE trying to obscure the cross, but Shiro still connects. Naf limping into the B site. Yakinda trying to be proactive. He talked about his aggressions and can be the linchpin to some of Liquid's successes. High risk and high reward, but not too much of the latter so far for Liquid. Protocols for lower control. Donk seizes that. Awaits the flashbang from Chopper up mid.
Such a default round right now from Liquid. 2-3 split, all playing ramp.
Oh, he's going to molly it.
It's always risky going for this type of a jiggle when they could have crossed right side.
The Incendiary. Zontics, I'm sure, is going to back his aim on this one if he does get forced out, but Donk's taking a heavy lick. Good HE from Twist. Recovers another one from CT Spawn, left by a teammate. Incendiary, not deep enough, and Chopper can work around the crisscross smoke. Oh, missed shot. Ultimate. He's under a lot of trouble very quickly. Jump starting the round, though. Oh, Chopper. Whoa, a flood of frags. Chopper gets one, but immediately put in his place by Yakinda. The round does go Liquid's way, and in quite a stunning fashion.
Zontic still has 30 seconds to work with. Right now, if I'm him, I would be trying to get stuck in. I would try and take away rifles. Like the save, yeah, go for frags. You can do damage. You've got 6k to your name. Sure, your loss bonus is bottom of the barrel, but try and take some of this away from Team Liquid. Kill's nice. Those drops will be available. Naf can get gifted a rifle. Should be able to buy one of these. Twist, who's the one who's going to be in dire need of a drop. That's probably the most convincing round for Team Liquid just yet.
And for JKS, as someone that's often listening to the round transpire for long, it's going to feel nice that he actually gets a chance to really influence the result. He takes the friction, takes the fight. Spray connects onto Magix, and he finds Donk as well. So 2 high-priority targets from Justin Savage.
Double AWP out again, and this time it's in the hands of Naf. But this feels like it is a bit more premeditated.
Justin Savage.
Double AWP out again, and this time it's in the hands of Naf. But this feels like it is a bit more premeditated. Let's see, how do you apply your trade with this, Liquid? Feels like you definitely need 5. So 2 more, it'll have to be 3 consecutive to close the half. Another timeout, however, is Hallie, the motor mouth.
I mean, they would feel like they'd really slipped up if this ended at 7-5 half after the control they've had.
Yeah, same as Liquid on map number 1.
Yeah.
It should have easily been an 8-4. Ended up being 6-6. Just the impact of the individuals for Spirit. Donk with 2 aces across that map. Clutches, multi-kills. Zontics coming up big.
Was the win condition outlined as well by the panel. Individuals from Liquid could perhaps buck the trend of their faltering. Does too. There'd be no better time for them to remedy their shortcomings on this map. After failing to convert Anubis.
I really don't want to allow them into B to Liquid, so they drop their own door smoke, trying to channel them up short. That's where Twist can put them in perfect position to harass them with these HEs. Keep scooping those up. How well timed can they be?
That one not so good. Here comes the mid util. Does Twist buckle? Does he get nervous? Does he overreact?
All 5 through short.
So there's no concern here. Ultimate, he's got his sights set on the correct.
Flash is coming his way.
He will be blinded off, but has vision. Trying to track and break of the smoke. Good team play. JKS sets up his AWPer, and his AWPer starts to rack him up. Good util. Zontics deadly with the HE grenades, but Twist good with the M4. Finds 2 in defensive A. Magic's left alone in the clutch, and Twist, he's playing this one for the round, playing it safe. Not giving Magix that individual jewel he so desperately needs. Two in CT, Yakinda alongside with his captain. Magic's repositions to catch their regress, and oh, he's isolated one. The back of the head, Yakinda was anticipating him to be on the site already, but now Magic's using every second he's got. There is a chance on that short flank though. Naf, oh, he had to hit that one. Had to. Could have gotten very awkward otherwise.
Ooh, retaining the double orbs. A lot to unpack there. Ultimate with some key frags. JKS just burnt down literally on the ramp, had nowhere to stand. He was just a free kill in that situation. And you could make an argument that's one of Twist's most impactful rounds yet. Important double kill for the new in-game leader in his first season, first major call on the shot. And this is for 5. Final round, Money somewhat broken, and Ultimate will get the opening pick. Nice shot onto Shiro. Magic's turn by the look of things. Still, when you look at all 3 pistols going in the favor of Spirit, does the 4th feel like a certainty? Is 7-5 even enough? And that's if Liquid can get their number advantage. Is the best start, but turning their attention towards this B finish.
It hasn't steered them wrong once. Sure, a successful retake from Liquid, but will they successfully defend this B bomb site? Will that bomb go down once more in this final round of Spirit's attack? Here they come, flashes connect, Yakinda's vision restored, but now fades to black, donked down after 1. Ultimate's AWP noted at the back of the site. Sontic swings through and removes him. Quick execution of the Polish AWP. 3 versus 3 though. And now Util ready to go. Twist wants to get ahead of this. Flash, push, tries to deny, finds onto Zontix, but Magic's with the trade. Magic's that Molotov could be well suited. And now Util ready to go. Twist wants to get ahead of this. Flash, push, tries to deny, finds onto Zontix, but Magic's with the trade. Magic's that Molotov could be well suited. Finds onto Zontix, but Magic's with the trade. Magic's that Molotov could be well suited. Does throw it out. A decision forced by Liquid. Respecting the flames. Naf recovers a bit of Util to sow seeds of doubt in the middle of the site. Still vision though upon the fade. Chopper has the angle. Channeling through that window. Magic's not holding. Now options available for Liquid. Time is of the essence. They have to hit some shots, and they have through the smoke. Behind the bricks is Chopper. Naf not ready. Executed. JKS comes up clutch. And Liquid will recover a 7-5 half.
Touch and go yet again for Team Liquid, but they pull off another B retake, and this one matters an awful lot. 7-5 on the half, and the birthday boy finally gets some impact in the clutch.
Left it late. Surprise, as 5 is found.
Well, better late than never, but again, just waltzing into that site right there. Spirit have such a good understanding of the pathing necessary, hitting some really critical shots, good trade work.
I think it was admirable the way they used every piece of util they had for that retake. Even the smoke, forcing Magic's to kind of play behind it, opened up that avenue through window upon the fade of the flames. They made it work. Chopper probably thinking he could have won that as well.
Yeah, I thought that smoke that Naf had thrown through the doors was actually going to be used against them there. You saw them like lurking behind it, using it to their advantage, but no. They find the 2 kills, make it 7-5 on the half, and again, pistol round feels like a necessity for Team Liquid. They need to snap a 6-map losing streak on Dust 2. That's to keep themselves here at the quarterfinals. That's just to push us to Ancient as the 3rd and potential decider. All started with the ultimate opener, but it all felt like it got under control with this kill.
Yeah, Twist really proactive on that one. You've got limited flash, you're not waiting for your teammates, he just says, get me going, set me up. Tries to deny the plant, but regardless of 7-5 half, and as you've discussed, this pistol likely for Liquid's chances and major life.
Bit of util in this. There's a P250. Oh,
imagine.
The dual Berettas at range ago is Donk. Still on the jump spot. Chopper looking to harass, not making it easy for them to lob out this utility, but quite a spread pistol right now from Liquid to feel out if there's any CT aggressions.
Interesting double decoy. Wonder if that's going to be baity.
Important to do. Bait out that B smoke. Means that you could now pivot and return to B for an execute. Unlikely they have a second.
Oh.
Well, the decoy landed, the flash didn't.
There was a plan.
This is not the time to be cumbersome, Liquid.
Zontix is investigating with support. Oh, what a shot! He must have just had the tiny fraction of Naf on his screen.
They mid to B, it's into the stack. It's into 3 players.
Yeah, Zontix and Donk with their crosshairs trained on this exact fight. And dual Beretta's the perfect weapon. Yakinda swings, gets the info, draws the crosshairs, but Donk once again finds the double. Chopper on the B bomb site. Will they expect him hiding out behind the big box? They are being diligent. Will they clear him out though? Positions wisely. Back is turned. JKS survives with just 1 point of health. And another one. Another for JKS. He's got the shot. Shiro 2 HP. Twist has to come up clutch right here, right now. Trying to isolate them. Does finish off what JKS started and now spots the git, spots the player. The mind game begins. Twist spotting again. Zontix closing that gap, has recovered the... Now Zontix, or rather Magix, excuse me, has the edge. Twist, 7 bullets to play with and a fake. Will Twist try and call the bluff, spots the head, gets him off the bomb. He's playing it so well! RVD! Secures Liquid's first pistol, and it couldn't have come at a better time.
Back-to-back 1v2s necessary there.
Bloody hell, Liquid, they're making this one incredibly intense. Donk's double, you think it's good, but then Twist manages to whittle away at him with the P2. JKS.
Well, couldn't finish his meal when I tell a lie. That clutch for JKS was a 1v1 at the tail end of that half. This is a 1v2 for sure.
Oh, wow. Makes it work.
All right, well, they're going to hold on, don't they? They need to make sure that they get this conversion. It's a force buy from Team Spirit. An opportunity to make a case for Dust 2. Definitely not in the driver's seat, Liquid, but they're starting to draw level.
Okay, gotta respect that smoke. They'll do so, despite Zontix being on an island right now. Door smoke, you know he's absolutely terrified of the prospect of being hit by a full frontal aggression. It's not come his way.
Well, something that Spirit didn't do was fall for Liquid's hijinks on Anubis. They just kept those heavy B lanes behind the desk isolated and highlighted as to some of their keys to success on the CT side as well as those individual performances. So tunnels control, cat space, nobody highlighted over towards long right now for Liquid to deal with leaks.
Silent assembly of this boost for Zontix.
There you go, they've bought the respect over towards A, so that smoke drops towards short. They're going mid to B into a stack again. This is going to get tough.
Perfectly. Stabilizing.
No one from upper tunnels. It's all mid to be.
Exactly what's coming. Playing with tunnels, playing with that Galil. Chopper, perfect placement. More damage, more problems for Liquid. They're running out of players. They're running out of health. And with the pistol, they seal the deal. 2 USPs put Liquid in the dirt. Second round. In lieu of the pistol, Spirit find a way to once again maintain control.
Any excitement that there may have been for this map, for the second half, for the idea of the loss streak for Liquid being snapped on Dust 2, I feel that that has just gone down the drain. When you go back and you look at the types of rounds that they have lost in this series, they are unforgivable. Right, sure, Donk with a saved M4, turning that into an AK, getting an ace. That sucks. Those rounds are going to happen. But then Shiro with a saved AWP, clear of the smoke, 1 death, you save. Now, in the second half, you do the hard work, you win a clutch on the pistol round, and you can't stick the landing. You were just buying respect of you two. You baited out B, you baited out short. You just finished B blindly into a stack, and the key kill that mattered the most was Yakinda's death. You no longer had any pressure from upper tunnels. All of your B defenders could turn their attention to window and doors, 2 of the smallest choke points on the entire map.
Chopper gets his flowers for that one.
It feels like put a bow on this one, it's done. Pack it up.
Anti-flash positioning from Magix, anticipating something out long. No flashbangs to be thrown this way. It is just nothing more than pistols, Glocks. And Shiro can start racking him up. Farms himself up 3. Magix a pair, smiles on the faces of Spirit. They know some of the hard work, the heavy lifting has been done by that second round conversion, just as Chad does.
And the thing is, Liquid are going to go for one of these conservative approaches again with the finances. The same thing we saw on the CT side of Anubis. They took an eco after you got 1,400 loss bonus. Traditionally, you're going to force. They've taken the eco into now a partial into what will be a full buy next round. So sure, it means, yes, you're hoping right now that it's a pocket strat. It's something you've been working on, but you need to stick the landing. It's going to be double digits for Spirit again. And Liquid have been in this game for what, 2 halves of Counter-Strike then? both of them being the first halves of these two maps.
Okay, ahead of the HE. Magic's, though, still ready for this. Backing away. Donk. Oh, he brings the fight to JKS.
Got to go now.
Well, they are immediately responding to this. Shiro ahead of the smoke, ready for the fight. Naf exposed, down to Shiro. Comfortable for Spirit. Double with the Galils. Helps with this half buy. Just the one kill to boast. Spirit flying high in Shanghai, 10-6.
It feels hard to not start looking ahead to their next opponent, Mouse, in the semi-finals. They'll have a day off tomorrow as we see Heroic take on G2, Vitality take on FaZe. Those are your fixtures for your Friday. Semi-finals on Saturday, grand final. Final match of 2024.
Shiro, well drilled with the AWP, one of the most dedicated to that weapon. He's an AWP purist. He's got it in his hands once more for round 17. Chopper maneuvers across to provide support to the potential for B. This comes knocking towards short side.
I like the fact we got Donk at A.
Feels like he's in the right place.
Well, this is where I think he should hold.
Yeah, understandably. Long headshot angles with an AK-47 on the T side.
It's made for him.
Dear.
Well, let's see if they decide to go for the short executor, if they want to try the mid to B. 4 players at the moment congregating over towards middle. Ultimate holding onto the short space. JKS with a mid to B smoke in his hands. Naf to be the late piece. Sorry, Yakinda to be the late piece through long. Crisscross smokes out mid, so trying to draw this rotation. Donk's not going to move. He's in Goose. He's just going to stay there. So you're just going to batten down the hatches if you're Spirit. Hope that you can get the defense.
Will Liquid once again second guess this B side?
They might just go in blind, right? Because they're not being able to feel this out. There's no contact. There's no fights.
Twist is across. Maybe he will investigate.
You're going to have to call them back through tunnels. It'll be tough. Still no rotation. Still no rotation. You're going into 3 players on A.
Going to have to hit some shots, and Yakinda has done so. Shiro pulled away by Yakinda's find on long. Donk to be tested simultaneously. Gonna have to flash himself out. The Molly Goose is great. Can he still hit shots? Oh, Donk! Just the one! Naf, an important trade, an integral trade, but Shiro is alive and kicking. That bomb will go down. Sontics mantles up. Just playing for this. Oh, reverse his gaze at the worst possible moment. He goes down to Chopper. Sontics the jump scare for ultimate, and it's at 11th. Sailing towards the closer, Spirit.
See how
chances there, Chad.
Oh, for sure.
All through there.
Getting the kill at long is huge. That actually made that seem possible there. And Chopper knowing how big that retake was. Again, you don't want to give Liquid a chance to get back in the game. Let it a big roar, a big fist pump from him. That was the kill from Yakinda. Great work, Shaw. Thought Donk was going to set himself up for success there, but a good trade. But this is what happens. You bang on. Twist just looks away. He's investigating short. They're out of sorts. They're out of place. They're trying to do too much. They don't have a good understanding of what's coming next. And Spirit is sitting them on their ass. This is Chopper letting out that roar. Just 2 more rounds to move forward. Looking to do better than Copenhagen. Spirit looking for a semi-final. Spirit looking for a grand final. Spirit looking for that major trophy.
Those greener pastures that Shiro was seeking. When he lifted the trophy in Katowice, he likely felt like this was it. It was already it. He found Goose.
Yeah, look at Cloud9 now.
But then trouble, then strife, then people all turned their attention to Spirit. A year of ups and downs. Coming into Shanghai with a point to prove. Donk, he's going to try and prove it with some CT aggressions. Gets himself into lower tons. AKS swings through, aware of Chopper's potential occupation. What a shot! Chopper just body bags him. There's so much work for Twist here. He's got his hands, he falls to the AWP of Spirit. Magic sees 2 kills in the feed. He doesn't need to take any extra fights.
The problem is, Liquid aren't even seeing the punches coming. They're so quick in a way, right? Obviously, that not really talking about the speed to them, but their expectations aren't being met in the way that they're approaching these rounds. Spirit have their number.
I'm sure your mental as well is shaken when this is your 7th consecutive Dust 2 and feels like it's going to be your 7th consecutive loss.
They came in today as the underdog against Team Spirit. Felt like they had more of a fight in them than this.
Chopper, he is feeling himself. He is delivering! Is this Chopper or is this Donk? Multi-kills from Chop.
Must feel nice having Donk set you up with a flash.
Bit of a role reversal.
Let the boss off the leash.
We know, especially when your IGL's feeling it, the game feels oh so smooth.
And well, put these horses in the stable. Dragons like to eat them.
A tasty snack in the quarterfinals.
And they're going to chase him. He might go down after time, Alex. 6, 5,
Souring
4.
The mood further in the Liquid camp. They're coming from
They're not letting go a W.
They're coming for ya. Naf to have absolutely nothing. 400 bucks is all he has to try and defend his major life. Team Liquid battered, bruised, on the ropes. The corner wants to throw in the towel. They get a 30-second breather.
I probably feel like they shouldn't have entered the ring. There's the opener. And there's potentially the closer. That's a 3-on-5 with no territory. You don't really have any options, and they just mop them up. A great showing from Team Spirit. Strong CS on display today. And just one more round, 5 more kills. That's all that's necessary. This is the Team Spirit that everybody was hoping we would find. And this is the Team Spirit that we have got.
And is this the Team Spirit that can just continue to keep their foot on the throat? Keep it clean. A 13-6 scoreline available for them here and now. In just the 19th round of play of Spirit's map pick. Escort Liquid out of Shanghai in the quarterfinal. In dominant fashion, no less. Naf, a P250 and a smoke grenade is all he has for this battle. Start to get a little sweaty. You realize this could be your last round at the major. Weeks of dedication. Spirit have pipped you at the post here. Direct approach from Liquid. Zontic still stays stalwart with Donk in support. It is light on A-Chat.
Yeah, sure, there's an avenue, but it's Shiro's AWP that you have to get past, and you only have flashes. So this is a sniper's dream.
Shiro holds its crosshair away with the leg break, and Yakinda profits as well. Magic still occupies long.
It's a little consolation round. If I'm Spirit, I just go for damage here. I try and take away all their rifles, make sure that their buy into the next is only with the win bonus. And they got stacks of cash on a few of their members, actually more than a few, so they can just be a nuisance, just hang around, try and do some damage.
Like, that's a circumstance you can't replicate.
Yeah, and I just said it's a sniper's dream. They only had flashes while it was perfect, and he got killed immediately, so
I mean,
sure.
Perfectly aiming for the majority of the assault. Yakinda's aggressive move pulls his crosshair down.
Here's the damage. Ultimate. Yeah.
Oh, okay. More than damage. That is destruction. You get nothing more than an M4 into the next. And I'll be taking the AWP.
Yeah, that means plenty more Galils to come out for Team Liquid.
Just keep doing it on hard mode.
Yeah, well, seem to be the weapons for success. That was where the 2 entry kills towards A came from. But Donk, this is him just playing some deathmatch. Keep throwing bodies my way. I'll keep adding him to the stat lines. Came into the playoffs as the highest rated player of the major.
Just unbothered.
18 and 8, but he's not the only one. Shiro 17 and 10. Ooh, Twister's found some form. Maybe not form. Maybe we'll call it a luster.
Yakinda's in a lot of trouble. Spot of bother. Magic takes the duel head on. And it's a double for Yakinda. How's he done that? Shiro dips away, acknowledges the potential. Yakinda quicker than he was ready for, but he's missed his shots. How much closer to the screen do you need to be to take a composed one tap to the back of the head? Shiro gets to live on.
Well, the bomb will go down. Look at Naf's position. Spirit might just have to hold over towards this side, highlighted here by the obs team. You can see the bodies lying on the other side. And they are playing Save the Guns. You've got Zontix to lock down tunnels with utility. This is Team Spirit giving another round over to Liquid, sure. But this is a fake comeback like we had on Anubis.
I mean, for Naf, he's been so frequently hunted. I'm sure he desperately wants to try and give him a taste of their medicine, but their money is so bleak thanks to Donk. They just can't afford to.
So Yakinda, in back-to-back rounds, has been able to find them ways in. It was JKS who got the kill coming out short onto the AWPer, but Yakinda entered and dropped into spawn. So he actually opened up the angle a little bit with his maneuver. This is a double on the AK, playing in the bottles of flames. So great work from him.
That was such a rough spot to be in. The only way out was headshots, and he delivered. So great, you can give that one to Yakinda a double thumbs up.
Well, this is the problem. It's going to feel hopeless just because the amount of rifle rounds that Team Spirit need to get to. This comeback, it's like climbing a mountain right now. And for Liquid, I don't know if they have what it takes. This team hasn't been able to find their breakthrough. Now, they've only been together coming out of the player break in the middle of the year, sure. You got big names within this roster, and you thought you had something special in Ultimate. Still, it's his rookie season. Started with a bang, simmered out, and then has been trying to find that form yet again. Now, this is Dust 2. You'd love to see him with an AWP in his hands, but that's not the case. And Twist could drop him one, and it looks like they're just going to do it with the rifles. Spirit with the saves, a full buy for them. Have money for residual buys on Donk, Shiro, and Zontix if they do wipe the board, and still have 4 chances available to get this map done. So you aren't worried just yet.
6 round comeback demanded in Liquid, and Yakinda has once again provided an opening. Spam not far off the mark, will escape the potential for the break of the smoke, and now aggression from Zontix and Donk. Being considered by NAF and JKS as it stands. Information aplenty for Team Spirit.
Look at all the util, but they're just completely contacted. So much space for Spirit. There's no way you expect them this deep in the tunnels.
Now from Donk, he wants to try and get some answers. Smoke on the doors, but they will be in ahead of that. It's JKS that delivers the head-to-head. Remove Donk, there's Naf. Onto Chopper, Zontix position. Oh! It could have been all 3. An important and a necessary kill from Twist has given Liquid the edge. Shiro, 3 bullets, 3 targets, and that AWP, he does not want to fall into Ultimate's hands.
Try that one again. Crowd seems to like that one. I may as well. I wouldn't mind seeing him go for the 1v3. Why not?
Playing that long game.
Well, that's the thing. If he's getting rid of the AWP, it means he's not saving it. So, do you go have a look?
Go. Gets cautious about losing it late on the hunt, but there is a hunt on the way. It's Yakinda who's got the search party out.
You're not going to humble them here. I discussed the finances.
Yeah.
Chopper and Magix are the 2 who are a little bit worse for wear. So if Shiro does save this, that's dropped across. It's all good in the hood. Another very tidy looking buy. So we found ourselves at 12-6. We're going to need a big old run from Liquid.
Yeah. Goes down again. Cheeky from Shiro brings out the M4 for his boy.
Yeah, and then buys his AWP. Donk can drop one. It's all good. There's no dramas. Everybody's fully purchased here. So another full rifle round that Liquid have to deal with. And can it be Yakinda to find an opening again? Ultimate's into his AWP, so there's something a little bit different for the attack of Liquid.
3 back-to-back openings in one way, shape, or form. His leg break bait. An interesting approach. Chopper gets that information. Will he get away with his life? It seems as though Twist thinks twice about committing to the spam. Just contact walking into Chopper. This could really go horribly wrong, but important trade. GS delivers.
If you go mid to B, you know there's likely still 2 defenders.
Yeah, Donk wants to investigate further. Get some answers. Are they waiting? Are they committing? Tucked in, Zontix to take first contact. Break draws attention. Liquid are reformatting. Ultimate trying to catch the swing spam through the doors is revolting. Still finds the AWP. He's supposed to be the one vulnerable there. Instead, he takes down an important scalp. Spirit 3 tracks away from eliminating Team Liquid, but they fight back. Removing Donk, removing Magix, and now it's just Sontix on that B-bomb site. Yakinda tries to trifle with him, trying to run him down. They know he's alone. Looking to trade. Oh, he can't even get one. And Shiro loses his AWP as well. Are Liquid really continuing this run?
Oh dear, Spirit. They have enough money to go for another buy. Zontic's the only one who won't have a rifle, but do you want to just partially invest? No, never mind. They've just gone straight in. They've just gone all in with the buy. This run from Liquid has been against rifle round. Like that. It's just all against guns. This is such a crazy, tough comeback. That's why it feels insurmountable. That's why it feels impossible. 2 more, sure. That's what's necessary. But it's against the guns again. Okay, you're seeing some signs of worry there from 2 smokes for the mid to B cross. Going out long, this is all in.
Yakinda goes down empty-handed. Are they ready for more? Missed his nade on the door. JKS, Naf, they're all about to swing through to test Chopper on the smoke. It might be the go.
They gotta go.
Here they come, they're swinging through. Magic's in support, only one. Chopper another. And 2 versus 3 for their major life.
It's the Canadians paired up. These two know what it feels like to find success in that Liquid jersey. Can they pull off a miracle round to keep Liquid in it? To go the distance, to go all 24 rounds.
Naf and Twists. Talk it through.
They get a moment to settle, a moment to discuss the finish. They know they can't go back. You can't risk a 1-for-1 trade trying to leave those long doors. You know that Shiro's still alive, the AWP's still in play. Donk, he's made sure there is absolutely no question if there's a way back, but that removes him from the play. The question is, when does Liquid go? There's a smoke replenish available, that's down now. A molly for quad, that's perfect. Another one for short. He's going to be in limbo.
Yeah, wait, Shiro though, that's scope. It's trained on them, forced back by the flames. Sontix and MP9 revealed. They have an idea as to where 2 of the 3 may remain. 40 seconds, spams away, connects onto Sontix. Twists, guarding Nafly. 9 bullets, just stands to deliver, but here comes Donk. The round the world, on long, exposed. Nice shots, Twist stubborn, holding on. Trying to fight back, the captain. Into brilliant to keep this ridiculous comeback going. Quad kill from Van Dolken. Stands and delivers. We will see the final round of regulation.
That's the one to fire up your team. That's what you want to see from an in-game leader. And this comeback, just 1 more round. Overtime waits. Liquid, they are not done yet. They are showing resilience. They could have easily faltered. And those rifle rounds, no more. This is MP9s. 1 M4 in the hands of the hero, Donk. Can he stop them? Can he break the hearts of Team Liquid before they make that overtime play?
That's what's scary about this round though, Chad. This is the round where it all starts to feel a bit too real. That this impossible comeback that you were joking about is actually just 1 round away and the easiest of the bunch. Is this when you overthink? Is this when you capitulate? Naf and Twist side by side fight you into round 24 and now up against just MP9s. And that Donk M4.
Look at the restraint right now on Team Spirit's utility. Still holding on to a bunch. This is going to be key. These MP9s, they need to fight around the chaos of the smoke and the utility. If this runs down late and they're blocked, Liquid are in trouble.
They are maneuvering towards Yakinda to test him. Just as he looks away, Yakinda tested. MP9 brings down the rifle. A first blood drawn for Spirit and a rifle falls into enemy hands. Magix can use that. He will use that.
He's going to keep pushing. This is crazy for Magix. This could be a round-winning maneuver.
There's no way you're considering him sticking around. Never mind. The whole trying to format this. There's 3 backs turned on you. Crowds consider it. The crowd surges and Twist reacts to it, but down he goes at the hand of Magix. Liquid.
30 seconds. There's no time. If they go in towards B, there's 3 players stacked.
They're in so much trouble, Chad.
There's no way through this. They're going to go into the stack.
Donk ready to receive. Shiro to disrupt. It's falling through their fingertips. So close, yet so far. Liquid eliminated from the major at the hands of Spirit. What a crazy way for that last round to go down. A run of 5 gun rounds. Faced with MP9s and Magics ignites the spark that gets Team Spirit in it to win it.
In it to win it indeed, but man, it was close. You've got to give it up for Team Liquid, a lot of heart. They really battled back there, but just unable to get across the finish line, falling at the final hurdle. Just some initial reactions to that while we get set up on the stage for these interviews. It was closest.
Just too little, too late for
Yeah.
Team Liquid, Richard, unfortunately, right? I feel they had plenty of opportunities on both of the maps to take the hold of the game, right, to win the map, but they just couldn't get it done. Some mistakes at crucial moments. Liquid capitalized, Spirit capitalized on them, and they'll be going through to the semifinal.
Yeah, indeed, they do. And just such a hot start on their T side. Liquid tried to call it back those last 3 rounds of the first half. And even after winning Pistol in the second half, things were looking pretty grim as Spirit quickly kicked it into gear. But again, you got to give a little bit of credit to the grit of Liquid to fight that thing all the way back, nearly pushed it into overtime, but just ran out of gas right at the end. That big backstab from Magix at Long A, the final round of regulation, just caught them completely off guard, ran out of clock, and ultimately run out of time in Shanghai.
I mean, and credit to Twist as well. Didn't have one to remember on the first map, but, you know, put up solid numbers on this one, really tried to drag his team through it. His evolution as an IGL will continue.
Indeed. I mean, that's going to be something Liquid's going to have to think about going forward now as they get eliminated, is do they want to keep investing in Twist as an IGL going forward, or do they want to make a change that includes putting Twist back into more of a star role and bringing someone else into IGL? That is a decision that Liquid and the coaching staff will have to make going forward for sure.
Yeah, I think the problem was, you know, we pointed out around on Anubis. I think there was one on Dust 2 as well. Finally, Liquid wins the Pistol. And then, of course, the following round, they mess up. Again, I just think on a macro, on a strategical level, it wasn't that great the way they played it out. And, you know, that's how it goes. Like, it's not great, the big picture stuff. And then one kill going the opponent's way makes it really deteriorate fast. And that's what happened to Team Liquid. And, you know, that's what gave Spirit such a massive lead in the second half. I don't know, Liquid got up to 11 rounds. Yeah. I have the feeling that out of the 11 that they won, 9 were gun rounds.
Yeah,
right? Like and that's such a crazy thing to say, because usually you would need, you know, you could win the game with 5 or 6 gun rounds if you win the anti-ecos and you win the key ones and at the right time. But for Liquid, that's just been the bane of their existence in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I have to give credit to Liquid because, look, on that run back on the T side, it wasn't pretty, but it was just the fundamentals, you know, going for the long A control. Yekindar sometimes getting clean entries, or when they traded, they always traded a ban up, put themselves in advantageous situations. Their pokes at middle, they would limit Donk's, you know, capacity to shut them down. They were finding, you know, openings there to pressure mid B to then fall back into A exec. So they were kind of just drilling down on the basics of Dust 2 and using it to fight their way back into what was all situation, but again, just ran out of steam right before the finish line.
And we can now go live for that winner's interview.
Поздравляю тебя с выходом в топ-4. И как раз сегодня мы тебя подготовили русского переводчика. Можешь говорить все, что хочешь. И какие у тебя есть слова?
Yeah, we're sorry about that. We thought that one was going to be the English interview, but it isn't. So we'll pick that up later. Let's just pick up the point. You saw Donk's stats there just before we went back to Shanghai. To what degree can we say Team Liquid just got donked?
I don't think you can necessarily say that. You know, I think a couple of times in some rounds, especially on Anubis, right, where he has the ace, and those are rounds that you'll come to expect. Like the 4v3 for Liquid where he got the ace, that's, again, we were pointing a little bit to the call, not ideal. Sure, maybe against another team you don't get punished for that call, like some other player is not going to ace you, but it didn't feel like, it felt like Liquid was, Spirit was playing from ahead for the most part, and it wasn't necessarily Donk like winning them rounds that they're not supposed to win. Like, he was getting his, and I think that's always going to happen with the form that he's in. I just think Liquid got a little bit outplayed and outmaneuvered in areas where you weren't necessarily expecting that to happen.
Yeah, I think they got out-called by the controlled chaos of Spirit. We know they like to play an up-tempo play style. You know they're going to go for the spawn-based plays if they got them. You know they're not going to fear taking early round duels, but they do so in a way where there is support. It's not just scrappy play where they're just loosely wide swinging with no intention. They have a support system behind Donk when he is going for plays. They're slotting him in second or third sometimes and execute rather than just having him go in first with, you know, no real concept of, you know, where to focus and where his support is coming from. You seem to have the basic utility down as well and the timings. I mean, we'll walk some rounds later, but it was just about cutting off Liquid's rotations before they could really have any impact and then winning those tight situations in the end round. So all in all, yes, sure, Donk played hella well and Donk is a star player, but I do think that they got out called.
And Liquid, as you said, they did hold that thought. We are going back to Shanghai now for an interview.
Could have been ended a bit earlier, I would say, Magic said that. You said it to me as well. What was your struggles you were finding there, especially in the second half?
Well, the issue we have faced on the ending of the city side of those two was that we have been kind of failing using our spoons and expecting them to do some specific rounds while we knew what they're going to do, but they went into the heavily like abusing long because I play long. It's easier for them. So yeah, and there was like an early fight on long, and you know the later on scenarios are almost pretty much unique, and they were like a bit better in a lot of rounds, but yeah, in the end we finally managed to finish it, because if it went to overtime or if we would have lost and going into the ancient would have been so depressing as fuck.
Yeah. But it wasn't, and it was positive. You said, right, they were targeting you a bit at long. Is this where you say to the team, okay, we need some extra support here, I need some extra backup? Because you guys were willing to fight at long round after round.
The issue is that we were fighting as fucking dogs, and we were not doing it the correct way, because I have no idea actually why, but you know, we had an idea to fight for long, but we didn't use the resources that we have the proper way, and that's why we were losing the fights. Because if we would have go for a fight like with exact scenario in each player head, we would have won it.
I want to come back to Anubis a little bit as well. It did seem like at times they were trying to focus a lot towards A. You guys had an okay job at holding it, but it was your B holds that I would say were a bit more impressive. What did this come down to as to where you were positioning yourselves, how you wanted to try and take Liquid here?
Personally, I don't know. From what I've seen, they've started the game with attacking A side, and going to the end of the half, what I've seen, they went for abusing B side. It's pretty okay, because like they've shown some rounds going A, in the end they're going B, and we don't know what to expect. So actually we were just like doing some setups, being ready, maybe sometimes not ready, maybe sometimes we were counting on Donk headshot on the platform on B side. But yeah, so that's how we won 6 rounds. We just hit our shots. It was difficult because it's Anubis.
Now overall you guys played very well. Donk, a couple of aces in the game. He was on fire the whole way through. It did seem, though, this game was more of a team performance from you guys. Is this a positive sign going forward?
I don't know. Could be, yeah.
And how confident do you feel for going into the semi-final game on Saturday, going up against Mouse?
We need to watch. We need to make some preparations, maybe, or not. And we'll find it out when we see it and play.
I look forward to seeing them play. Spirit are through to the semi-finals. They'll be facing Mouse on Saturday.
Just a few reactions to that. Magic's actually decided to answer some questions for a change. So
unfortunately, there were a lot of I don't know. So, you know, we got answers, but not really the ones we were looking for, unfortunately, in some cases.
Yeah, I mean, sort of or echoed what we were talking about after Anubis. It was clear they were going mid-A, pressuring that a lot, and it wasn't necessarily that Spirit was too stubborn. It sounded more like they were a little bit unsure in how to react, and it just sort of panned out that they were in the right position, but that's sometimes how the cookie crumbles, and you know Donk is going to be there to contribute at least a little bit in those rounds. And yeah, it was enough. It didn't feel like it was really too difficult of a game for Team Spirit. I mean, they were almost exclusively outside of the first half on Anubis playing from ahead, and it was at the very end where Liquid sort of pressured them a little bit.
Yeah, and what did you make of that? I mean, it's a very upbeat, I guess. I mean, Spirit have kind of been an imperfect version of themselves, but to be in the semis, I'm a little bit surprised by that. I guess Magic's is too.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at kind of where they were at in the RMRs and how they struggled through, the fact that they were able to come this far. This quickly
interrupt you there. It is time to go back to Shanghai for the exit interview with Twists.
Congratulations, you and Liquid now out of the perfect world Shanghai Major. Always tough to talk in a circumstance like this. Can I just ask, what's going through your mind right now?
Honestly, just happy that we got to play in the arena. I think that's one thing that this team was lacking, is like big arena matches. And I mean, what an amazing crowd to be able to play a great series in front of. Honestly, I'm not as sad as people probably would think. Before coming to the major, said anything but playoffs would be disappointing. And we made playoffs, and people can criticize our run all they want, but we played those teams for a reason. We had to. Other teams had a similar run to playoffs. We played a close series against a good team today. Could be better, but I'm not mad.
好的，那也是先问了一下 Twist 现在心情。他说确实很遗憾在这边能够没有拿下这场比赛，但是我们也很庆幸自己来到了场馆。赛前的话，其实很多声音对我们有质疑，但是我们也证明了我们是能够打到今天这样大场馆的一个队伍。很遗憾的是今天没能拿下，但是我们也证明了我们能跟强队打得有来有回。我还是有一点遗憾，因为我们队伍可能还是缺乏了一些这样的线下经验，但是我并不会像大家想的那样过分的悲伤。
Twist, Anubis, you finished the first half 6-6. You go into the second half and things seem to fall apart. What happened?
I mean, it could be from how my calling transpired on the last rounds of T-sides. We went into a slow rhythm, but I checked tab at the halftime, and they had won alive like 5 rounds in a row. So it was such a close game, and I think maybe we got a bit disheartened from how close the rounds were, and they were not going our way. And then I think we trolled it up too much on CD side Anubis, and we adapted too late. And I lost a lot of duels. I haven't had a game that felt that bad in a while.
那想问一下，在第一张地图阿努比斯上面是为什么像上半场比较顺利的情况下，下半场没有拿下？Twist 说是可能我觉得自己这边的指挥有一些问题。我们上半场最后，尤其是在打 T 的最后一把，打得特别慢，但是那一轮之后的话就没有什么手感。然后很多时候连续5轮，我在比赛结束的时候看一下战绩，发现其实场上有的时候最多就是活1个活2个的一个残局。我自己的话也个人输掉了很多拉出去单打的1打1的一个局面。对我来说，我自己在这场比赛的话，感觉到可能是我最近打的最差的一场比赛。所以我们在下半场的话就没有根据对面的战术做及时的调整，也在这方面没有做好，导致比分直接被拉开。
And then, of course, Dust 2, you guys were so close to a huge comeback to take things to overtime. What went wrong?
I mean, I think our first T rounds, like, I mean, when you lose the conversion round after winning pistol, it's almost worse than just losing the pistol itself. So they reset our economy. They had a good plan in the beginning of the half to block us. Mither and I adapted kind of later in the half, and we turned it into like a more of a loose style to take control. And yeah, I mean, it just came down to one duel on the last round that kind of put us in a tough spot. And yeah, I would say that we should have had the comeback. We're playing, I feel like we're outplaying them on our T side. And yeah, it's a bit rough to not be in overtime at the moment.
然后谈到12的话，这边 Twist 也说到，其实我们上半场就是手枪局起来之后，第2轮直接输了，有的时候还不如直接输掉手枪局，对我们的经济来说最后会比较重。然后来到下半场的话 ，Mr 我们的教练和我稍微调整了一下战术，我们开始慢慢的打，然后我们找到了一些节奏。我觉得其实来到了关键局最后1分，其实就是一个1打1的机会，很遗憾，但是我觉得我们其实是有机会能够去打到加时的，因为我觉得我们在下半场明显是打得要比他们的状态和枪法都打得更好。
Final question, Twist. What's next for the team then? How do you build back stronger heading into next year?
I believe so. I think this is a good high that we can ride going into the next season. We left home on October 27th to travel to Singapore, and we've had 5 birthdays spent in this time period of being in China. So I think people deserve to go home holding their heads held high and yeah, take a well-deserved break. We put in a lot of work in the past month and 2 weeks or so.
我们也聊到了这个，最后想要看一下 Twist 对于未来一年的期望呢。Twist 也聊到，其实今年的成绩对他们来说是一个非常不错的成绩了。这是一个一年美好的收获。算起来的话，10月27号他们为这次 Major 做准备，去到了新加坡，然后到现在中间生日，他们需要一个好好的休息，在这么很长的一段时间的辛苦的拉练之后，需要好好调整，然后重整旗鼓，继续迎接下一年的比赛。
Twist, commiserations. Anything else to the fans that have stuck around to hear from you in this arena?
I want to say a big thank you to all the fans that are here watching. I got goosebumps every time I walked into the arena or I wave and everyone's cheering and celebrating. It's such a, I don't know, I have to be humble with how much support I get here, but it makes such a big difference. I can happily wake up and smile knowing that there's just so much support, genuine support. And yeah, also thank you to my wife, who unfortunately could not be here to watch the game, had to go back home, but I know she was a big supporter.
那也是感谢所有到场的观众朋友们，也是感谢所有的观众朋友们，我对此是深感荣幸。我每次来到现场，你们的欢呼声都让我感到一身的鸡皮疙瘩都能起来。我觉得你们真的很棒，然后也感谢我的家人，感谢我的妻子。很遗憾她这次没有能够来参与到我们的比赛里，我还是知道她是非常支持我的，感谢大家。好的，那也是再次感谢 Twist 来接受我们的采访，我们把剩下的时间交给我们的分析。
Yeah, those are the moments you live for as a pro player. Obviously, being out there on the stage, even in defeat, getting the plaudits from the crowd, always a good feeling. We'll shelve the Magic's talk, obviously. We'll react to that. How do we feel Team Liquid have done now that we can put in their final grading overall? Top 8 at the major, was this a realistic expectation or have they exceeded what we wanted? And how should they feel moving forward?
I think it was a realistic expectation. I think it was always going to depend a little bit on the teams that they end up facing. I think when you look at this run, you're going to be like, yeah, that's what you expect from Team Liquid. It was a close series. I mean, Twists was, resonating some of our words as well, that it came down to a couple of key rounds where they had opportunities on both maps, and that's going to be really disappointing looking back that they couldn't at least make it the 3-map series, prolong the series. But you can also face the reality that it's the first season for this lineup, rookie on the team, first season for Twists as an IGL. So yeah, that's going to be absolutely tough.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I expected a top 8 was possible, just based on how they've been playing throughout the course of the year. You knew they could handle kind of all the teams ranked at or below their level. The question was always, can they beat top 5 teams on an in-and-out basis? And while they did beat Navi a couple times their first tournament together, they've beaten Spirit in the past at the Blast Fall final. They just haven't been able to consistently do so against some of the other top 5 teams. FaZe has been their kryptonite. You have Yakindar, stretches of really, really poor performances, showed up in Shanghai pretty well, but faltered here in their final Dust 2 game. So for me, it's like they're very much in the top 10, but they just have so much more they need to do to be able to break into a top 5 spot and an actual championship contender. They're just not there yet.
We'll see if they're involved in Rostermania. Now we can take a look at some of the rounds that we had for the post-game analysis.
He was talking about some disheartening round twists as well, and I mean, there were a couple. Liquid has to start playing more default on the CT side. Like they have to start gambling a little bit less, because even if you look at the first half of Dust 2, right, they have the upper hand. Look at this. This is a stop, a dropped AK, and everyone else is on an eco. 1 kill in middle, then waiting for Liquid to break the smoke. They're playing for long in B. Cat is completely clear. Spirit is going to walk into the side, plant the bomb, and Liquid is going to save. Like that's it.
Yeah, and then, of course, we're going to be coming to the next round here, round 8. It's just showing the controlled chaos of Spirit, just being able to get long A control, and then as soon as this cat rotator has even a thought of trying to peek on the site, he's already been taken down by utility from Team Spirit. They have a lurk as well to be kind of the insurance policy. It just goes to show that Spirit, while they play with speed, they also play with good game sense, kind of understanding the rotations, where to catch people. You saw Magic, was hugging the left wall in the smoke to creep up on Ultimate, to not give him an angle on the shot. And so, at the end of the day, Liquid was just dealing with a very high-powered Spirit offense that's very efficient at what they do.
Yeah, and then later, obviously, we had this round 14, that you want to break down for us.
Yeah, they finally win the pistol round. So what happens? X is alone here. He blocks them early, so they go back to take a little bit of cat control, but they don't put any real pressure on short. I mean, that's it. Just the flash. They go mid with no info, and then what did we say? 1 kill makes it look terrible, right? Chopper getting the kill on Yakindar, who's the sole player in upper B, allows the stacked B defense to focus completely on the 4 remaining remaining Liquid players who come through middle, they get decimated, can't even get the bomb down. After this, it's 2 more ecos, right? And just that gives all the momentum back to the side of Team Spirit. We saw when it came to the gun rounds a little bit later on, Liquid was actually doing good work, but it was too much for them to come back from.
Yeah, and speaking of seeing a pistol round, we've talked a lot about Liquid and their fundamentals, let's say. Well, let's start with this. This has been their pistol rounds this tournament. They are 4-10, and that doesn't include the map we've just had. So, I mean, look, people aren't ready to have the real conversation, which is we just don't need pistol rounds in MR12. We should get rid of them. But whatever. I'm not going to bring my belief system to the major. But obviously, that is something they're really going to have to work on, particularly in a meta where, you know, there are a lot of strong pistols.
I think absolutely pistol rounds are one, and the second thing is what I mentioned briefly, playing more default on CT side, right? Because when you always go for these setups and leave things open, like teams will just play a little bit more default themselves and sort of sniff out where the stack is, what are you playing for and what's being left open. Also, it's a little bit too demoralizing, really, because you have solid, experienced players. It's like, why are you not trusting them to make the correct call, right? Think of things to do on the fly, react and try to outplay the opponents. Like, this is a style that's more suited for, you know, tier 3 teams, lesser experienced teams, academy teams, where you're like, you don't trust the players necessarily to make the correct calls all the time, so you're getting them into setups. Hey, this is what you play for. If they take the other side, we're just going to push here and sort of react that way. So I'd really like to see that change from Liquid next season.
I also just need to see Liquid expand their map pool in some sort of way. I mean, yes, they look like they are quite good at Anubis. Yes, they lost it today, but generally speaking, a very powerful map. I think their Ancient looks pretty good. Their Inferno, not too shabby, but what else do they have? That's the big problem.
This Dust 2 streak they're on now.
Yeah,
They've lost
and
7.
their Mirage is also a struggle, and their Nuke is kind of hit or miss, and they ban Vertigo, so it's like you are eventually going to have to pick a path that's going to allow you to at least add a couple more maps that you feel comfortable playing on in and outs. Right now, they only have like 2 maps where I feel like they have an advantage over other teams.
All right then, guys, why don't we take a look at what that has done to the bracket, 2 quarterfinals today, and you'll see confirmation of the scores. The Mongols heroic in sad style. I got brought into the Blanco, not so much. I honestly thought they were going to go all the way to the final, but you know, fever dreams, of course.
You, out of all people, falling for a romantic storyline. Richard was not on my bingo card.
But I won this one. Your Liquid talk was proven to be utter nonsense. Spirit superior,
as Blair likes to put it.
Yes, and you can see there that obviously that's a mouse Spirit. We're going to have these quarterfinals coming at you tomorrow. G2 versus Heroic. Never easy for G2. I know you're going to be getting up to watch that one safe in the hotel.
Unfortunately, yes. We'll see what my breakfast will look like tomorrow.
Yeah, well, you know, I'll be smashing the plates probably. And then Vitality versus FaZe, a classic matchup. They've gone head-to-head, it feels like, you know, time and time again. So,
yeah, it's kind of a battle of the old guard. Apex versus Kerrigan, you know, legends of the game. You know, obviously Vitality looking like one of the best teams in the world. FaZe shaky at times, but seemingly always able to get the big performances where it matters most in big events like the Major. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a fun clash for sure.
All right, well, final thoughts, guys, over the course of the day. I guess I can chuck a little question out. What have you made of Spirit? Championship credentials, yes or no?
No, I think they will lose to Mouse eventually. They haven't been too convincing, and it was only due to some sloppy play from Liquid that they were able to come out on top. I feel like when they meet some real resistance is when they're going to fold.
Okay.
Just for me, I think it's been a great playoff so far. I mean, we got a really good bracket to kick things off. We had a really great series of games today. Mouse and Spirit, 2 top 5 teams in the world, have progressed to the semifinal. The crowd's been fantastic, even, you know, for games that don't involve their own team. So, yeah, I just have been enjoying the ride here at the playoff so far.
All right, guys. Always a pleasure to work with you and hear your thoughts. And that's that. We are out for today. We'll be back at the same time tomorrow. G2 are in town, one of the favorites to win the whole thing according to statistics, but it's never easy. So make sure you tune in.